Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 8, Your Call. What did you say? Shuhei asked incredulously. He knew exactly what she said, as did the rest of them. Rukia just stood there as her calm was slowly dying. She turned towards her companions, and with a pleading look spoke, "How could you not tell me? How could you just let me keep seeing him without even saying one thing about it?" Her voice was rising. "Just because I shouldn't remember, doesn't mean it's the FNG right thing to do. Come on Ruck, you and I both know this can't happen. We can't stay here, so why the hell would we allow you to remember if you're just gonna fall apart again?" Renji fought back, trying to make her understand. "You do realize that you're playing with my FNG mind, right? You know how much I low dash," she frowned. "This is so DMN messed up," she said, drifting off as she looked away from every one of them. She felt disgusted. DMN at Rukia. "Listen. We were looking out for you. We remember what you were like the day we came back to Soul Society 5 years ago. We didn't want to see you like that again. We were only trying to protect you." Momo tried to reason with her. Rukia became suddenly calm and looked back at the stage, keeping her gaze on the one person she would never let herself forget again. She spoke softly, not turning to aim her words at the Shinigami that awaited her response. "But the one thing you don't seem realize is dash," she paused, "if it meant just being able to see him one more time." She then looked at them with soft eyes and the slightest hint of a smile curving on her lips and finished, "It's worth every second." And with that, Rukia sprinted toward the direction of the stage, weaving in and out of people. Everyone was too slow to react to her sudden movement. "Sheet!" Renji yelled out. "Byakuya will kill us if she gets to him. I can't even imagine what he'll do to us if she actually makes him remember too." Everyone started to run after her with that said. All Rukia did was run. She wasn't going to be stopped. Her mind was swarming in memories. She thought of a time maybe a month before her departure. "Ichigo, can you even play that? Or is it for decoration or something?" Rukia asked sarcastically, pointing to a Gibson acoustic guitar leaning against his bedroom wall. She was lying on his bed on her stomach. "Don't try changing the subject. Do I have to spell it out for you? Get off my bed now. How many times do I have to tell you DMN it?" Ichigo responded with his hands on his hips, wearing his infamous scowl. "Obviously you don't have to tell me any more times. When have you told me to get off and I actually listened?" she asked with a smirk. He stood there picking his brain for a time when she did. "None, Ichigo." "So you can save your breath," Rukia said, getting more comfortable on his bed. He gritted his teeth. Hearing this, she looked up at him and smirked in her triumph. "Okay, how about this? You play me something on that and I'll get up," she said, knowing he would cave. He hackled. "Yeah, right. I could just as easily move you by force," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. She raised an eyebrow. "And get your butt beaten again? Doesn't sound like a good plan to me," Rukia said cockily. "Like hell I'd let you kick my butt, midget," he said, yelling. "Who said anything about letting me, fruit boy?" she laughed as his face was filled with rage. Okay, I know. You could never hit me back, blah, blah, blah. Just play the DMN instrument and you can have your DMN bed back," Rukia said nonchalantly. He glared at her, but it only ended in him huffing and retrieving the instrument from the side of his room. He pulled his desk chair closer to the bed, placed the guitar on his lap and looked up at her. "Don't get comfortable. By the time I play the last note, you better be off." She rolled her eyes as she turned to lie on her stomach facing Ichigo now. "Come on. Sing too," she said with excitement, which was evident from her violet eyes. "Sing. The last time I sang in front of someone I was 5 and it was that stupid rhyme thing. Girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Boys go to college to get more knowledge. Like hell I'm singing." Rukia looked at him confused. "Jupiter," she huffed and shook her head, getting rid of the thought. I don't care when the last time you sang was. If you want me off this bed, you better sing for me, she said threateningly. But dash, he said trying to get away from her command. No buts. Then her face fell into a face that said, if you don't do this I'm going to fall apart, and Ichigo, knowing that face all too well from Yuzu, couldn't turn it down. Alright, he said receiving a cheer from the petite girl on his bed. He didn't know what was so exciting about hearing him play, especially sing for that matter. He took a deep breath, I just want to tell you I might not be that good dash. He was cut off by Rukia leaning up to slam her hand on his mouth. His eyes went wide from this, but then he delivered a glare to her. I don't want anything to come out of this mouth if it's not going to be sung. Now play, she said in more of a demanding tone. She plopped back down on his bed, resting her head on her hands that were propped up by her elbows. He began to play. He hadn't played in years, but it felt like it was coming naturally. Waiting for your call, I'm sick, call, I'm angry. Call, I'm desperate for your voice. Listening to the song we used to sing. In the car, do you remember? Butterfly, early summer. It's playing on repeat, just like when we would meet. Like when we would meet. He was playing his guitar with emotion now and surprisingly felt comfortable enough to project his voice more as he went into the chorus. I was born to tell you I love you. And I am torn to do what I have to make you mine. Stay with me tonight. Rukia was shocked at the fact that he was talented in both playing and singing. She had a strange feeling in her stomach just from watching and listening to him. Stripped and polished, I am new, I am fresh. I am feeling so ambitious, you and me, flesh to flesh. 'Cause every breath that you will take, when you are sitting next to me, will bring life into my deepest hopes. What's your fantasy? What's your? As he was singing he realized what this song was actually implying. He had a sudden hint of fear flood over him as he thought of what the words were saying. Plus the fact that he was singing only to her, wasn't helping. He hoped Rukia wouldn't read into it, but he would be lying if he said he didn't imagine what could happen if she did. Snapping out of his daydreaming, he focused back on the song. I was born to tell you I love you. And I am torn to do what I have to make you mine. Stay with me tonight. For the last chorus he let it all out. He was really into the music now. It felt good and he never really realized just how much he liked it. And I'm tired of being all alone. And this solitary moment makes me want to come back home. And I'm tired of being all alone. And this solitary moment makes me want to come back home. He held the last word of the bridge and went into the chorus for the last time. I was born to tell you I love you. And I am torn to do what I have to make you mine. Stay with me tonight. He ended letting his fingers graze across the strings that were still vibrating. He was out of breath and continued to look down at his guitar as he tried to catch his breath. He looked up straight into the eyes of the petite girl that was wordless. She didn't want to admit it, but like him, her breath was taken away. Unlike him though, hers was for a totally different reason. Ichigo has finally decided on wooing a lady. Today, I'm a proud father, Ishin was heard saying from the doorway before breaking down in tears of joy. Why doesn't anybody knock when they come into my room? Ichigo yelled in response to his entire family's eavesdropping. He threw a book that was on his desk at them while Rukia was still lying on his bed as her revelation occurred. That was the moment I noticed I was falling in love with him. I don't know when I started, but that's when I actually realized it. She thought with a smile, as she continued to dodge through the crowd. I need to get to him. She was now only 20 feet from the stage and she spotted a familiar face that was only half that distance away. Her eyes grew wide, as did her lips. She now remembered her as well. Flashback. Rukia, what's wrong? The gentle girl asked sitting down next to her on the park bench. She looked up startled and quickly put up a facade. She smiled and replied, there's nothing wrong. I'm just trying to enjoy the scenery. It's always been pretty around this time of year. Yeah, it is always pretty at this time, but don't try to pretend with me. I think we've grown pretty close to be able to tell if something is bothering each other, she said back in a calm tone. Rukia sighed. School has just been hard lately. It's really stressing me out. Yeah, has been pretty intense with all the exams. But that's not the main reason you came out here. Come on, talk to me. Rukia looked down in her lap and then back up. I feel like no matter how hard I try, or how long I stay, I'll never be a part of this world. That I'm always going to be just a visitor. And I know that it's true. I'm not human, Orihime. There's only so long that I can stay here. Her eyes were full of sadness. The chestnut-haired girl frowned but then smiled. Even if you do leave, you always find your way back to us, Rukia. That's the main thing. There are only so many times I can keep coming back. There are only so many times I can take another farewell after another. That feeling of not knowing if I'll ever see the people I care about again gets harder and harder after each leaving. Rukia, I don't know what to say, Orihime said meekly. Rukia smiled sadly. There's nothing you can really say. It's just the way things are. I can't do anything about it. Orihime then put a hand on Rukia's shoulder and smiled slightly. Then the least you can do is let everyone know how much you care about them. So if that time comes, you'll know that you've done everything you could to be happy. Rukia smiled in approval. She didn't expect that she could feel better in such a short period of time. She hurled herself at Orihime and hugged her tightly. Orihime was surprised, but quickly snapped back and hugged her in return. Thanks, Orihime. Just promise me one thing. Always remember us, even if you ever do have to leave for good. Always remember. Promise? The girl asked sadly. Promise. I never break a promise. Nothing would stop me from remembering, Rukia said as she smiled back at her friend. Rukia. A yell was heard coming towards them. The two girls parted and looked up. Rukia, I've been looking all over for you. Why the hell did you take off without telling anyone? Ichigo said with Ishida following close behind. The girls looked back at each other and Orihime gave an understanding look. How about you start with him, she said soft enough so only Rukia could hear. Rukia's eyes went wide from the fact of what Orihime had just told her. She stood up and walked over to Ichigo. I just needed time to breathe. Exams have nearly killed me, she said covering up her real reason. Ichigo eyed her up. You're weird. In response to his statement she dealt a hard kick to his shin, making him hop around and start cursing. Orihime just smiled softly. Just don't wait too long, Rukia, she said to herself as Ishida started to walk toward her. End flashback. She was about to yell out the woman's name, but was grabbed by the arm and swung backwards into a hard body. Arms then wrapped around her waist and she was lifted up off the ground. Renji. Let go. I need to dash. Rukia struggled to get loose. I'm sorry, Rukia. You can't, he said pulling her away backwards. She continued to struggle until she finally decided to yell for the woman's attention. Orihime. Orihime. After the second call, the said woman turned around. Rukia, she asked puzzled from the fact Renji was dragging her away. She then yelled louder, Rukia. She started to walk towards them as Renji continued to push through the crowd backwards. I never break a promise, she yelled still struggling. Orihime continued to walk after them, confused by her statement, until Rukia yelled it again. I never break a promise. Orihime immediately understood and started to run after them. Orihime immediately felt something grow within her. It was like something filled a hole in her that had been empty for some time. She then realized what it was. She had her powers back. But that wasn't what she needed to focus on right now. If she remembers, I'm not going to sit around and let her forget again. Orihime thought. She ran and was zigzagging through the crowd. She then saw the other Shinigami come from behind Renji. The crowd then moved and blocked her view, and when she moved around them, they were gone. "No," she said softly. "Rukia," she yelled, but she was gone. "I have to get Ichigo." A song had just ended, and Ichigo was on stage, drinking from a water bottle as Ishida was talking to him. Tatsuki and Chad were listening as well. Orihime took this as her chance. She ran on stage. "Orihime, you're not supposed to be up here," Ishida said as she was breathing heavily from her running. "I know, but this is urgent." She turned to Ichigo. "You have to go after Rukia, Ichigo. She's being taken away, not by her own free will. Please, you're the only one who can save her." Orihime chose her words carefully. She couldn't just tell him everything. Who knows what would happen? He had to remember on his own. She tried using key phrases to help trigger something, but it was no luck. He frowned in confusion. "I don't get it. What's going on again?" She was getting irritated, and she never got like that, so the band was shocked by her attitude. "Rukia needs you. So just come on. We're going after her," she yelled, grabbing his wrist and dragging him along. The rest followed right behind her. "DMN it. Let me go." Rukia yelled as tears flew down her cheek. "I'm sorry. This is the way it has to be," Renji said sadly, putting her down. She looked around and recognized the place they had arrived at. It was that same place she left at way back, when she was being brought back to be executed. The same place she left at when she was being forced to forget everyone she grew to love. She couldn't help but notice this similarity. "Can't you people pick a more creative spot to leave?" she yelled out in frustration. This caused Byakuya, Unohana, Urahara, and Yoruichi to turn and look at her from her outburst. "Byakuya, we have to leave fast. Rukia regained her memory, and I believe at least Orihime is chasing after us," Shohei said like he was reporting back with important information. Byakuya's eyes widened as he turned to stare at Rukia, who was still squirming in Renji's grasp. She locked eyes with him, allowing him to see her desire to run away from all of this. He frowned slightly, not being as simple to hide his emotions anymore. He turned towards Urahara. "Begin to open the gate." Urahara nodded and started the process. Within a matter of seconds, everyone's phone started beeping. "You have to be kidding me," Tushira stated, annoyed. "But it's not even in the middle of the night yet. If it's breaking its pattern already, is it really that wise to leave?" Momo questioned as everyone continued to look at their sensors. "We don't have the option to stay, Momo," Renji answered. Then they all lost their balance to some unidentified spirit pressure. It was stronger than they'd ever felt before. "What the hell is that?" Shohei said, as Ranjaku almost fell over but was caught by Shohei. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded. "Well, isn't it a pleasant surprise to see you all again," said a voice that no one thought they would ever hear again. Ishida and Orihime were leading them. "How in the hell do you know where you're going?" Ichigo yelled, not sure whether to trust in their judgment or go off on his own to find her. The couple looked at each other and looked back in front. "If you want to see Rukia, we'll bring you there," Orihime replied. Ishida continued, "Let's just say it's really good instinct. He would find out soon they could locate her by her Ryatsu." Apparently the same time Orihime's powers returned, so did Ishida's Quincy powers. The two leaders stopped suddenly. They felt a rush of power flow from the direction they were heading. They knew it wasn't from the Shinigami though. They looked at each other with fear evident in Orihime's eyes. Ishida just nodded at her to imply that everything was going to be alright. "Is everything alright?" Chad asked. "Yeah. Let's hurry," Ishida answered. When the 5 humans showed up to the desired location, they were taken back. A miniature battle was taking place. Everyone was fighting, some more than one opponent. Chad and Tatsuki looked at each other and then back at the scene in front of them. They felt power flow through them. Not only that, but they felt lost memories being found. And with their revelation occurring, everyone jumped in and started to aid the Shinigami. Everyone except the one who had no idea what was going on, but continued to watch, Ichigo. Arrancar were fighting with Shinigami. The main three former Shinigami were each fighting without breaking a sweat. Tosen was fighting both Rinji and now Chad. Ikamaru was going up against Shuhei and Momo. And Aizen was fighting Byakuya, Tushuru, Yoruchi and Urahara all at the same time. It was an amazing sight to see. He was taking on 4 captains without getting a scratch on him. Ranjaku was fighting against Ulquiorra with the help of Orihime shielding her when needed. Ishida and Tatsuki went to take on Sale. Ichigo just stood there trying to absorb what was happening. His friends had just run into action and were fighting. They seemed to possess these strange powers as well. His attention was then attracted to a one-on-one battle, Rukia versus Grimjaw. She had the unlucky opportunity to fight alone against one of the most powerful Arrancar. She could barely get an attack off due to his power and she was constantly defending and stumbling. Without knowing how to react, he yelled her name, Rukia. She turned and stared at him, surprised in seeing him there. She was distracted though, and Grimjaw wouldn't let a chance go by without taking it. Ichigo seeing this, yelled again, Rukia. Watch out. She looked back and began to dodge, but was too late and his blade ripped into her side. She screamed out in pain. This scream seemed to trigger something in Ichigo because in seconds, he was dizzy. His vision was hazy and he felt like he was losing control of his body. His hand subconsciously moved to his face. Rukia was in pain, but she quickly reacted in using her Sodi no Shirayuki. Dance, she said, allowing Grimjaw to freeze right in his spot as he was about to deliver a fatal blow. She looked over at Ichigo and saw what was happening. Her eyes went wide. She couldn't let this happen. Ichigo could end up being more destructive than anyone here, she thought. Rukia began to lift herself up, disregarding the pain and blood pouring out of her. She limped over to him and grabbed his shirt to get his attention. Ichigo. Don't give in. Listen to me. You're stronger than this. She pulled him down closer to her, making his hands fall from his face and revealing black swarming through his amber eyes. Come on Ichigo, she said softer. He gripped her shoulders tightly, using her as a way to restrain himself. She winced in pain as it was a tight grip, after all. He began to scream from the transformation taking place that he was trying hard to prevent. Rukia felt like she was going to pass out from the blood she was losing and the amount of energy she was using to stay strong for the man in front of her. She then reached up and placed her hands on the side of his head, forcing him to look straight into her eyes. Please, Ichigo, she begged with pleading watery eyes. She then brought her face closer to his, allowing their lips to touch. It felt like years had passed, but when they parted, Ichigo was looking back into her violet eyes, with his completely amber. He had a stern face on, which soon turned into a smile. Rukia let out air stored in her chest after realizing he was not going to change into his hollow form. Apparently just letting out that bit of air meant she was going to let out any strength she had left in her body. She collapsed. Ichigo caught her before she hit the asphalt, but continued to lay her down on it. Rukia. DMN. You're bleeding like hell, he yelled looking at her severe wound. She looked up, ignoring HS comment. Tell me you remember, she stated breathing heavily. Remember? What do you mean? He asked confused. He wanted to help her, not talk. Even when my mind forgets, my heart will remember, Rukia said as if it was etched into her soul. She knew that he would know exactly what she was saying if he truly remembered. He looked at her, trying to absorb what she said. I guess it's true that people really do get profound when they are going through something traumatic, he said almost to himself. Rukia let out a breath of air. Disappointment ran through her like a running stream. Her heart recoiled at his remark. He still hadn't returned to her. She had returned to him, he just didn't know that yet. He shook her gently to grab her attention. Rukia, what can I do? His face was begging for an answer. How do I save you? The question seemed so unreal. He wanted to save her again, even when he still didn't know the truth. She shook her head. He couldn't save her. He was only human. She opened her closed eyes and stared into him. Ichigo, she said, hoping he would get the hint that he couldn't do anything. No. Don't you dare give up on me. Tell me what I can do, Rukia, he said as if his own life depended on it. She looked up in realization. She hesitated, knowing she would be committing the same crime she did some odd years ago. She paused. You truly want to save me? She asked, not wanting to resort to this. He moved his hand so that his was on top of hers. Tell me. She reached over and grabbed her Zanpakuto. She pointed it up to his chest, which made him jump slightly. I promise you'll be all right. Can you trust me? She asked, drenched in seriousness. He looked at the Zanpakuto and back up to meet her eyes again. He grabbed the blade of the sword and pulled it up more towards him. He smirked, it's your call. With a quick move, her Zanpakuto went through Ichigo. He was now standing there, spiritual energy flaring. Grimjaw had apparently just broken free and he realized that he had a new, but past opponent. He sprinted towards him and Ichigo just stood there as his mind was racing. He saw flashes of past battles. To his surprise, he was in them. He saw countless opponents, and countless attacks. He didn't know, but in a stitch in time, he had learned fighting techniques. One technique stood out from all the others. When his sight found its was back to the present, he saw Grimjaw only meters away from him and immediately pulled up his Zanpakuto to block. When the swords clashed, he noticed something extraordinary had happened. The sword in his hands was not the one he had originally taken from Rukia. It was his Zangetsu. He looked at it with surprise, but recognized it somehow. He then looked up at Grimjaw and smirked with mischief in his eyes. What are you smiling about? His opponent asked, annoyed. Bankai! Ichigo yelled. And with that, he transformed. He was wearing his more slender long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat with his now black Zanpakuto. They began to clash their Zanpakutos. Dodging and charging. Ichigo was taken back by the quality of his skill. He didn't have any idea of where it all came from, but it just felt like instinct. Rukia watched as they moved at incredible speeds. He didn't remember everything, but at least he knew how to fight. She turned to see that everyone else was still going at it. Everyone had wounds somewhere on them, whether it was a scratch on the cheek or a gash on their arm. She could see the exhaustion in her allies. Her attention flew back to Ichigo as she heard a yelp. Zangetsu was now straight through Grimjaw's abdomen. Ichigo yanked his sword from Grimjaw, allowing his body to fall to the ground in defeat. Ichigo just stood still, letting the wind blow his coat in the air. He tried to catch his breath. He then looked over to see Rukia still on the ground holding her side. He ran towards her using Shuunpa. He swiftly bent down and picked her up bridal style. She was surprised from his fast movements, but moved her arms so that she had them wrapped around his neck. His spiritual energy was flowing through her. Ichigo then looked up to see all fighting had stopped. The Shinigami were all on the ground looking up on a short building about 20 yards away. Their opponents stood there with amused faces. Aizen stood with a smile plastered on his face. Congratulations, Kurosaki. Although I did always believe Grimjaw was a bit too arrogant for his own good. Ichigo only replied with a glare. I'm sure you're all wondering how exactly we are here, or alive for that matter. Well, let's just say we went in hiding ever since the Shinigami thought it would be a good idea to leave the living world, along with purging this town from any spiritual powers. How could we ever obtain the 100,000 souls necessary for creating the royal key if the spiritual energy has been taken away? But it seems you finally returned and everyone has gained some power back. The day for this town to disintegrate is approaching. I thought it to be polite to forewarn. Since it looks like we're though here, allow me to say, adieu. And with him finished, a gate opened behind them. Toshiro went to go after them, but was stopped by Momo's hand grabbing his arm. He couldn't take them on now. He was injured, along with his allies. They all stared as Aizen's smiling face disappeared through the gate. DMN it. Shuhei yelled, slamming his Zanpakuto into the ground. Byakuya turned to Yoruichi and Urahara. We need to send a message to Soul Society now, Byakuya said, receiving nods from the two in front of him. They began to march off to their vacant apartment. Ichigo looked down to the woman in his arms. Her head was leaning against his chest and he could feel and hear her breathing heavily. He looked around to see Renji holding his leg with Tatsuki inspecting it. Momo was seen worrying about Toshiro as blood was seen seeping through his clothes around his chest. Ranjiku was holding her arm as she tried to stop the bleeding. Shuhei was trying to aid her. Chad was knocked unconscious apparently and Ishida was trying to wake him up. Orihime came running over to Ichigo. Lay her down, Ichigo, she said in a rush. Huh? He asked in confusion. We don't have time for that. She has to get to a hospital, he said in urgency. I can help her, just lay her down, she said, trying to convince him. Her face was begging him to trust her. He took the chance and slowly let her onto the cold asphalt. Her limp body barely reacted to this. The blood loss was increasing. Step back, Orihime commanded. He obeyed and saw a yellow glow illuminate around the two women. He was shocked. Orihime. She's going to be okay, Ichigo, she turned her head to look at him. She's going to be fine. He couldn't believe this. One of his closest friends held such a secret from him. Minutes passed as Ichigo tried to grasp what had occurred there that night. He witnessed his friend's command powers and fought against things that weren't human. He had no idea what was real or what was a dream. She needs rest. I have to go take care of the others. Can you handle everything from here? Orihime asked, knowing he would agree. Thanks. I got it covered, he said as he took off in the direction of his apartment. He slowly placed her onto his bed, moving her slightly to make sure she wouldn't be left in an awkward or uncomfortable position. He began to walk away until he felt his arm being grabbed. He looked at the small hand wrapped around his forearm and then up to its owner's face. Stay. Please. Stay with me tonight, Rukia said, forcing the words out of her mouth. The words she said once again, reminding her of the first song he ever sang to her. Ichigo blinked a few times, but then relaxed. He smiled softly and nodded. He pulled up a chair and sat by the side of the bed, watching her breathe in a regular pace now. He reached over and held her hand, in which Rukia accepted immediately to his touch. She then swiftly fell asleep. He looked upon her face as her eyelids slightly fluttered from seeing her dreams. She had saved him from something horrible, that much he did know. Everything else was still a mystery. But right then, at that moment, he was fine with that, as long as he knew she was going to be all right. And with that thought, he drifted into a dream, but he still wasn't sure the events of that night weren't one already. Chapter 9, Still Frame. She stirred in her sleep until finally her eyes fluttered open. She took in her surroundings. She kept looking around, not being able to identify where she was exactly. Then, it suddenly hit her. She was Ichigo's room. And to her left, sitting in a chair with his head slightly tilted back from the weight of his head, was Ichigo. She then looked down only to see their hands holding each other with their fingers intertwined. This brought a smile to her face before remembering what had happened last night. She had begun to remember her past. That past that was painful and beautiful at the same time. She quickly reached down to feel her side, right above her hip that came into the front of her body. Well, at least it did. I can see Orihime hasn't lost her touch, she said softly, feeling her bare skin and admiring the fact that there weren't any scars left from the gash. Her attention was brought back to Ichigo as his grip on her hand grew tighter. He wasn't awake, but it seemed he knew she was there subconsciously. Then, Rukia's mind went somewhere else. Flashback. She was lying on the cold floor. Everything was silent. She couldn't see anything, in fact she couldn't feel anything either. Her mind was flooded from what was happening. She was dying, or maybe even dead already. She had killed that DMN Arankar, but it altogether got the better of her. It deceived her mind and her heart. How could that have possibly been Kayan? I should have known better than that, she thought, the only thing she could do. It seems I've let you down, Orihime. After everything you did for me, I guess I can't repay you. She paused her thinking but then finished, sorry. Then, the thought of one person came to mind. After all the times he had told her to be careful, or try to stop her from doing anything remotely dangerous, it had come down to this. I guess you were right. I do need your protection, her thinking paused yet again. I do need you. If she could feel anything right now, she knew she would be crying. She knew that for a fact and even thought she felt a tear run down her cheek, but how could she? She was. At that same moment Rukia was captured in that lost memory, so was Ichigo. Only he thought it to be only a dream. DMN it. Where the hell are you? You better be alright, he yelled running with Nell on his back. He had fought Okiura and was in terrible condition, but thanks to Nell, she healed up most of his wounds, but that wasn't enough. He wouldn't let her heal him fully. There wasn't enough time for that. Her Ryatsu was so low that he could barely feel it. He needed to find her, and nothing was getting in his way. He was sprinting and grunting from a major wound on his abdomen that he told Nell to forget about. He was approaching an area that seemed to lack sunlight inside, and once he reached the shadows he lost his balance from the wound that wouldn't give up. He fell to the ground with his knees and palms placed on the ground. Ichigo. You need help. Nell shouted in concern. No. I'm fine. I don't need it, he yelled back, staggering to get back up. When he finally did, Nell could feel his breathing pick up and the twitching of his muscles as he tried to hold himself together. Ichigo. She said softly, but he didn't react to it. He kept moving, that is, until he saw a figure lying on the floor. He could barely see anything in the lighting of this place, but he could make out a figure of some sort. This made him run again, forgetting about his pain. That was nothing compared to what he would feel if he stopped. Ichigo? Nell questioned until she saw what he was looking at. Her body was lying there on her back. There was a pool of blood that stretched out to at least 4 feet around her body. Nell jumped down as Ichigo stepped towards her and then froze again. No, he whispered so softly that Nell could barely hear it. He then found that he was now bent down next to her in a matter of seconds. Rukia. Rukia, he said loudly at her, as the shock started to wear off. Rukia, he yelled even louder. His hands were placed on each one of her shoulders as he was leaning over her and shaking her petite form. He saw that she was breathing. You can't do this. Not now. I won't let you. Nell. Please, she needs help. Nell ran over and let her saliva drop onto Rukia's stomach. She kept doing this, but both she and Ichigo weren't seeing a reaction. Nell then looked at Ichigo and shook her head, signifying it wasn't working. Ichigo then looked back down to Rukia's body. Come on. Don't you dare do this. You can't. I'm supposed to always be here. His voice was starting to break as his words were trembling. He then spoke softly, I'm supposed to always protect you. He leaned back from towering over her. Then, he lifted her up slightly to rest her upper body sideways on his lap. It was hard for him to swallow. I'm supposed to always protect you, no matter what you say. Aye. He couldn't finish his statement. He was now, for the first time since his mother had died those many years ago, feeling his eyes water up. He then pulled her upper body up and pressed it tightly to his chest. Her head was tilted back due to the weight of her head, which exposed her neck. Ichigo then leaned his head down, making it collide with her neck. He held his eyes closed tightly. "Please," he begged softly. He leaned his head back up and stared down at her emotionless face. He stared into what he knew concealed those violet eyes that always made him find peace. "Rukia, he blinked. Only once. And from that one blink, fell one tear, which landed on her cheek and slid down as if it were her own. He bowed his head even lower to take his eyes off the one thing that made him cry in so many years. The one thing that turned his life into something worthwhile. The one thing that he loved. They were both still lost in each other's thoughts. One was deep in a dream, while the other was deep in thought. Their memories had combined now, as if they were each reliving it, together. From that one tear that she believed was her own, but wasn't, she felt warmth enveloping her. She felt air flowing into her nose and move through her chest, along with the thumping of her now moving heart. The darkness was fading as her eyes were allowed to be opened. She looked straight ahead, as her mind was still acknowledging what was happening. The first thing she saw was an image of orange. Her vision started to become clear. She saw the top of his head bowing down as she felt his arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her into him. She hesitated, but reached up with her arm and grabbed a portion of his Shinigami robe around his chest. His head snapped up. His eyes went wide, and there was visible water in his eyes. She forced a smile since she was still too delirious to say words. All he could do was softly say her name, Rukia. End flashback. Ichigo's eyes fluttered open. He brought his hands up and rubbed his face up and down. That was some intense dream, he said out loud to himself. He then opened his eyes fully and looked at the empty bed in front of him. Why am I sitting in my chair? He asked himself looking down at where he was. Well, I guess it was dream, he said out loud thinking about the events of last night. He then lifted his fingers to his lips. Those lips felt so real though, he thought before he saw that the window was open. He walked over and shut it, wondering why it was open in the first place. He huffed out a breath and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She didn't know why exactly she left. She just needed to. Her mind was working by itself as memories seemed to flood through her. Rukia was now sitting on the same bench she was sitting on when Ichigo tripped in front of her. Her upper body bent down so that she could hold her face in her hands, which were propped up by her elbows. She couldn't believe how she was talking to him and going out with him, while they secretly already had a past together. Rukia found it amazing how all of what they went through was non-existent at that time. But she was remembering now, Ichigo wasn't. What is he thinking right now? He had no idea what was going on last night. Even after I gave him some of my power, she said out loud. She then smiled at her last remark. At least he was nice enough not to take it all this time. She then shook her head to get her thoughts back on track. How am I going to explain this to him? She paused, thinking, and then spoke again. Can I even explain this to him? Would he believe me? She drove her face into her hands again. I don't know what to do. Hey Ichigo. You're here early. You don't start for another hour, Orihime said seeing him walk in his work clothes. Yeah, I didn't have anything to do today so I thought I'd just come in and open the bar early, he replied walking away from her to the bar. Okay, she said confused. Why didn't he ask about what happened last night? Maybe Rukia explained it to him already. But still, wouldn't he have brought it up, she thought watching him walk away. I'll go talk to him, Ishida said, seeing the confused and questioning look on Orihime's face. He walked over and took a seat at a bar stool. So, how's your day going? He asked trying to start the conversation. Ichigo was dealing with bottles and such behind the counter and looked up at Ikeda and raised an eyebrow to his question. Good, he said with an obvious hint of the thought, that was a weird question, in his voice. It was a weird question though, coming from Ishida. He wasn't big for small talk. So, how was your night last night? Ishida asked, not looking at Ichigo and waving at an incoming customer. Good, he said again in the same tone. He looked at him for a second and then replied, "Are you okay, man?" "What? Is it bad to ask one of your best friends how they're doing?" Ishida said sarcastically. No, but you don't usually do that kinda thing," Ichigo said in return. "Well, now I am. Deal with it, Kurosaki." Alright, Ichigo said, blowing it off. "It's weird actually. I had a dream with you in it," Ichigo said, remembering how his night really was. Ishida raised an eyebrow and pushed his glasses up to the bridge of his nose. "Maybe it's best you don't tell me how your night was," he said, starting to stand. "No, you sick bstrd. It wasn't that kinda dream." Ichigo growled at him. Ishida sat back down as Ichigo continued. "Everyone was in it actually, even Rukia and her business partners." Ishida's eyes grew, but then he relaxed so that he wouldn't be too obvious. "Oh yeah? What was it about?" he asked, staying calm. "Well, I'm not really sure," Ichigo chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "It was really confusing. Some weird sword fighting in you, Orihime and Chad had some crazy powers. It was some intense shit, let me tell ya," Ichigo said, wiping down the counter. "That does sound like a pretty intense dream," Ishida said, trying to make sure he was correct about his assumption. "Yeah. It seemed so real though. In a way, I kinda wish it was." Ichigo kept wiping down the counter as Ishida sat there thinking. "Hey man, you should probably get back to the front desk. People look like they're looking for you," Ichigo said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Oh, right," Ishida said, rising out of his stool. He turned around thinking one more try at his memory would do. "Oh, I wanted to tell you that Rukia was there last night. She saw our show." "She did?" Ichigo questioned with obvious joy. "Yeah, I think she's staying for another day or two, so you'll probably see her," he said, trying to recover from what he thought would have triggered something, but obviously didn't. "Well, I'll talk to you later," he said, walking to the front. His walking was interfered by a certain woman who had been watching from a distance the whole time. "So what's going on?" Orihime asked, interested. "He thinks it's all a dream," Ishida said, looking around the restaurant. "A dream? Are you serious?" she asked. "Yes, I'm surprised I gave him too much credit," Ishida said, watching Kigo trip and break some empty plates. He shook his head. Orihime ignored the distraction. "Well, I don't know how we are going to deal with this, but I have to get back in the kitchen." "Yeah, I have to go too," Ishida said. They started to walk away in different directions. Orihime looked over at Ichigo, who was wiping some empty glasses. "Why are you so oblivious, Ichigo?" she said to herself before entering the kitchen. "Yamamoto ordered us to remain in the living world for another day to deal with any hollows that may come tonight. Then we need to go back to Soul Society to discuss in more detail the events of last night with Aizen," Yoruchi said in a stern voice with her arms crossed over her chest. Rukia was leaning against the far wall while the rest were sitting on either a couch or chair. She tilted her head up and down against the wall. She heard everything that was being said, but she hadn't seen Ichigo since this morning and she felt bad about just leaving. Okay, now she wasn't listening to a word they were saying. "We plan on going to see what exactly is going on with the whole Kurosaki business, plus discuss some things with the rest of our long-lost friends. Ishida has already been told the basics and has passed it on to everyone," Urahara said. "Correct, Rukia?" She tilted her head down on the wall to look at Urahara. Yeah. Correct." "Wait, what?" He smiled back at her. "We're going to see Kurosaki to see what's going on in that head of his. So, basically that's your job while we go drink and eat," Shohei said in response. "Wait. Why is it my job?" Rukia said, leaning off the wall. "Hello. If he remembers you, then he remembers everything else," Momo said in a duh tone. "Why wouldn't he remember after that passionate kiss you two had last night?" Ranjiku added with a smirk and eyebrow raised. "Excuse me. Byakuya asked looking at Rukia. She stepped back a little. Well, it was the only thing I could think of at the time to stop him from turning into a hollow, she said in defense. Our goal is to not make him remember, Rukia. Even though you want him to, he shouldn't. I know I can't stop you from trying, but don't do anything that will jeopardize our mission, he said in a surprisingly understanding voice. She just nodded and said, yes, brother. I won't do anything stupid. Plus I can't just tell him about everything. He'll probably think I'm crazy. He has to remember everything on his own, she said, sounding sadder by the end of her reply. Come on. Let's go, Renji said, walking towards the door with the rest following. You would lead us there, wouldn't you? Shuhei said, causing Renji to elbow him from in front of him. Rukia walked with a stern face on. Hey, you're quiet, Ranjaku said, walking next to her, while they were the last to leave the house. I'm thinking, Rukia replied coldly, not looking at her. What's wrong? Ranjaku asked due to the way Rukia responded. Well, you didn't have to tell my brother that. He's never liked the idea of us being together anyway. I knew it even before I started to know I liked Ichigo, she said in an agitated tone. Geesh, sorry. Well, since you obviously are head over heels for him, Byakuya's gonna have to deal with it sooner or later, Ranjaku said to justify her actions. I prefer later. Ranjaku chuckled a little and then went serious, that's not the main thing bothering you though. I don't know how I'm going to talk to Ichigo, Ranjaku. I left before he got up this morning. And no, before you ask, nothing happened. I almost friggin' died last night. Ranjaku put her hands up to show no offense. Hey, it's still possible. You were just resting, Oriheim healed your injuries. Plus that's the point, you did almost die. Why not celebrate, she said in defense. Rukia gave her a glare and continued. I have no idea what to say. I have no idea what to do. What if he does remember? What if he doesn't? I'm just, gah. I'm a mess. Rukia said as they slowly approached the car that everyone was already in. Hey, Ranjaku said, grabbing her arm to get her attention. If he does, then he'll hold you tight and never let you go. And if he doesn't remember, he will, and then he'll hold you tight and never let you go. Once you see him, you'll figure out what to do. Now come on, they're waiting, Ranjaku said, pulling the arm that she grabbed. Rukia felt better after her friend's reassurance and just allowed her friend to drag her along to the car. The group walked in and every one of the employers that knew them looked at the now remembered friends. The band was now on stage. I never thought he would end up singing so DMN much after that one time I forced him to, Rukia said out loud to herself, but a select few of her companions heard her. I guess I'll have to wait to talk to him. DMN. The group sat down at a stage side table. Oriheim came up. Hey everyone, she said as chipper as possible. They either said a hello in return or gave a slight wave. Well, we kinda discovered something, she said, trying to avoid giving the main information about Ichigo. Like what? Renji questioned. Well, she laughed in discomfort. Ichigo kinda thinks that, well, she paused again. Oriheim? Momo asked, trying to push her to get to the point. He thinks everything that happened last night was a dream, she said with a fake smile on her face. What? Rukia said loudly, standing up with her palms slammed against the table. Everyone looked at her with wide eyes, sitting back to get as far away from what looked to be a very upset Rukia. Yeah, I don't know. He's being very loose about this. I don't understand either, Oriheim said sadly. Why is he such an oblivious butt? Rukia shouted, losing her temper. The said oblivious but was now heard speaking into the microphone. Our last song for tonight is a newer one. It's harder and faster than the other ones. Here we go. He began to sing with the blasting bass and guitar, right after Tatsuki slammed on the drums for a few beats. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out of here. Believe me, I'm just as lost as you. The music calmed for the next verse. And every time I think I've finally made it, I learn I'm farther away than I have ever been before. I see the clock and it's ticking away, and the hourglass empty. What the F do I have to say? The last line was said with ruggedness evident in his voice, and the music went harder for the chorus. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out of here. Release me, I'm just as lost as you. Believe me, I'm just as lost as you. Again the music went calmer for the next verse, but Ichigo's energy was pumping. The bridge was sang and played softer than the rest of the song. So lost, I'm just as lost as you. Oh well, what am I going to do? I'm afraid I'm falling farther away from where I want to be. They blasted it out for the last portion of the song. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out. Please help me, 'cause I'm breaking down, this picture's frozen and I can't get out of here. Release me, I'm just as lost as you. Believe me, I'm just as lost as you. The strings were left to vibrate after the song was finished, giving it the effect the song needed. It was weird how much everyone that knew him understood that song. Ichigo was confused, and he damn well should be. The band was tidying up on stage and Ichigo was seen making his way back to the bar. That's your cue, Rukia, Shohei said sarcastically, as everyone watching the orange-haired man walked to the bar. Shut up, Shohei, Rukia replied bitterly. It'll be fine, Ranjaku said, pushing Rukia's back in the right direction. Okay, breathe. In your nose, out your mouth. This is going to be fine. Why the hell am I so nervous? Oh, because the last time I really talked to him it was 5 years ago and I told him how much I felt. That last thought made her heart pick up the pace. But he doesn't remember, so I shouldn't be nervous, she thought after finally decided to look at her destination. Her heart sank at the thought. She took a deep breath as she was about 5 feet away from the bar, and put up a smile to hide her real feelings. He looked up and met her eyes, causing a goofy smile to grow on his face. Why don't you remember, you DMN summertime fruit, she screamed in her head, still displaying the smile on her face. Hey! I heard you saw the show last night. Ichigo said, leaning his elbows on the counter as she took a seat in a stool. Yes, I did, she said, picturing the exact moment in time she realized that he was singing her words. That was a beautiful song, Ichigo. Thank you, she said, giving him a tender smile and placing a hand on his forearm. He rubbed the back of his neck with his free arm. Well, yeah, thanks. I wasn't sure you would hear it, 'cause you said you were leaving and all. I promised you I'd be there. I don't break promises, Ichigo, she said calmly, looking him square in the eye. Flashback. Hey, she said, giving a weak smile. Ichigo looked down to her stomach to see that blood wasn't seeping through her clothes anymore. He looked back up into her eyes with a serious stare. She could read the emotions running through him. His eyes were like polished windows to his heart at that moment, which was rare. He was relieved, but fear and concern were still working their way out of his system. They immediately felt guilty for all those emotions she could see in him. If they all hadn't split up and gone a separate way, she wouldn't have gotten herself in this situation. She wouldn't have put so much of those unwanted emotions into the man holding her now. She closed her eyes, furrowing her eyebrows. I'm sorry, she said weakly. His eyes went wide. I said I could take care of myself. I told you, you didn't have to protect me. I promised you I'd be alright, her voice was starting to crack. I broke my promise. I'm sorry, she said as tears flowed freely down her face. She turned her head to hide her face from him. He was speechless. She's feeling guilty about that? Ichigo thought in confusion. He lifted a hand off her waist and used it to move her face back towards him. She was surprised by his action. His hand felt surprisingly warm against her cheek and her body was relaxing just by his touch. Her skin was soft against his hand and he couldn't help but move his thumb up and down her cheek. "Don't," he said in a gentle voice. "This isn't your fault. Nothing is your fault. Don't apologize. I don't care about what you promised. If you didn't come I'd be dash," she was cut off by Ichigo's stronger voice. "But I did. I promised you, I'd always protect you. If this is anybody's fault it's mine," he said with a gloomy face from his last statement. They both then noticed how close they were to each other. Their faces were a foot away. Rukia then looked down and then back into his eyes with a shy smile. "Thank you, Ichigo, for always being there for me." It was now hard for him to swallow, and he didn't even realize that he was leaning in slowly toward the woman in front of him. "I thought you didn't like it that I did that," he said, staring back and forth between her approaching lips and eyes. She was staring at his lips now as well, not moving away from Ichigo's action. When their lips were only an inch apart, she replied, "I lied." And before they met, they heard a voice call from afar making them shoot backwards. "Rukia! Are you okay? Are you alright?" a man yelled, being followed by a much thinner man. She was in shock from their appearance. "Hey, Renji. I'm fine," she said in disappointment of their interference. "Seems Kurosaki had everything covered after all, Renji," Ishida said, pushing his glasses up further on his nose. Yeah. Well, Nell is the real one who healed her and all," Ichigo said, standing up, as Rukia turned on the ground to the little Arrancar. Rukia pulled Nell into her arms and hugged her tightly. "Thank you," she said as the wide-eyed Nell began to hug back. They pulled away and Ichigo and Rukia's eyes locked. He held his hand down to her and she smiled up at him, grabbing his hand to be pulled up. End flashback. Her eyes were wide from the flashback that came. "Hey, you okay?" Ichigo said, waving a hand in front of her face. Yeah," she replied, following with a smile to cover up her action. "Did you say something? I feel way too vulnerable after these DMN memories come out of nowhere. Why do they have to come when I'm right in front of him?" she thought. "Because he's triggering them, you idiot," her subconscious yelled back at her. Yeah. I asked if you wanted to go for a walk or something. I'm off work in about 5 minutes, he said, hoping she would agree. "Yeah, definitely," she responded simply. In fact, he threw a rag on the counter and took a man's mug of beer and dumped it in a sink not visible from the other side of the counter. "Hey! I wasn't dash," the old man yelled. "You've had enough, old man. Go home," Ichigo said, taking his apron off. He went through the door of the bar and held his arm out to her. "Shall we?" She pet her head slightly. "Won't your friends get dash?" she started. "I won't tell if you won't," he cut her off with a cocky smile on his face. She grabbed his arm as they rushed out of the restaurant to avoid anyone seeing them run off together. They went to the park. It was huge, and as far as Ichigo knew, Rukia had seen it all yet, so why not go there? It was a nice atmosphere anyway, even at night. They ended up buying some milkshakes and Ichigo popped in a straw and began drinking. He then looked over, seeing how Rukia was struggling to get the straw through the top. "What the hell is wrong with this cup?" she said, irritated, and her mind fully focused on the straw not breaking through the top. Ichigo put his hands around hers, causing her to look up at him. "Here," he took the straw out of her hand and pushed it through the top. He laughed and let go of her hand holding the cup. "I've never seen anybody have trouble with a straw before," he said, sipping his milkshake. "It was frozen shut or something," she yelled in defense, causing him to laugh more. She smiled and looked down at the ground, thinking about his statement. You have seen someone have trouble before, she thought, thinking about the time she couldn't figure out how to drink a juice box and he helped her. She looked up at him as he looked around at the scenery. Everything you do, Ichigo, brings back memories. It hurts so much that you don't remember anything. Please remember soon. I don't know how much pain I can take. They came to a bench that overlooked a small pond, that even in the night sky, sparkled from the light of the moon and stars. There were still birds swimming on it, along with frogs croaking. They sat down in silence as they continued to stare at the glittering water. Ichigo finally spoke. "So, you're leaving soon?" he asked sadly. Yeah, tomorrow. New customers, new campaigns. We're always moving around," she said, hoping that made sense. She had no idea about anything that had to do with advertising. He said, not knowing how to reply. Silence came again, until he broke it again. About the other night. I didn't mean to, well, you know. I just dash. She placed her hand gently on his upper arm. Don't. You didn't do anything wrong. Are you sure? You just kinda ran out of there fast, so I figured. He said, breaking his gaze on her. I was just confused. I'm sorry. Plus I had an important call to take. So please, don't worry about it, she said, trying to make him comfortable. I did want to ask you about that song though. Whoever wrote that letter for you must have really cared about you, she attempted on trying to trigger his mind. He smiled and sighed. Yeah. I just wish I could remember them. Well, maybe if you try really hard, you can. Here, she said, grabbing his hands. She pulled them up and placed his palms against the sides of his head, with her hands over his. Okay, now close your eyes and think really hard, she said, getting desperate. Anything was worth a try. He did as she said, and after about 30 seconds she saw a smile form on his face. What? She asked curiously. I can't concentrate when I feel you breathing on me. You're making me nervous, he said, opening his eyes. She raised an eyebrow. Do I always have that effect on you? Would you like to always have that effect on me? He asked with a curious smile. I don't know, she replied, not being able to hide a smile. Well, I do know one thing, he said, looking at the pond again. If I was the one who wrote that song for someone, he turned back to the woman sitting next to him, whose violet eyes were sparkling in the moonlight. I would never let them go, he said, lifting his hand to her cheek. She closed her eyes from his touch. The familiar warmth made her body numb. She opened her eyes, not being able to take it any longer. She moved quickly into him, placing her hands on the sides of his head as she claimed his lips. He was surprised, but didn't decline her invitation. He pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. As she kissed him, she had images of him flash before her eyes. Ones when he was angry, ones when he was annoyed, and ones when he was sad, hurt, worried and happy. Each image represented a moment that was etched into her heart. Each image she wouldn't give up for anything. Each image she wished she could share with the man holding her now. But she couldn't. A tear moved down her cheek involuntarily. Ichigo felt the drop of water against his skin and pulled away gently. He wiped away what was left of the tear on her cheek with his thumb. Why are you crying? He asked gently. Because you don't know how much you mean to me, she answered in her mind. It's not the same if you don't remember everything we've went through. I need you to remember. It hurts too much. She turned her head away and closed her eyes, trying to push away the pain in her heart. He pulled her face back towards him, with his hand against her cheek. She looked back sadly into his eyes. I'm here for you, Rukia. Her eyes widened from his familiar statement, and then she smiled sadly. I know, she said, grabbing his hand on her cheek and pulling it down. I know all too well. I have to go, she said, beginning to stand up and beginning to walk away. Ichigo frowned and stood up as well. Why do you keep doing this? She turned back towards him. Doing what? You lead me on like you're feeling something and then you back up and say it was a mistake, he said, irritated. She was shocked by his outburst. Excuse me? Stop playing around with my feelings here, Rukia. I'm not big on letting people in, he said, raising his voice. Playing around with your feelings. You should talk, she said, yelling back. What? He asked, confused. She then bit her tongue. Her thoughts were being said out loud. She opened her mouth to say something but was stopped by the beeping of her phone. Hello. I'm sorry. I have to go, she said, turning to sprint away. He leaped forward and grabbed her arm. Stop running away, he said with hurt in his eyes. She stared into his amber windows and knew she was giving him the same look in return. Then run with me. Chapter 10, Ruthless. Where the hell are we going? Ichigo yelled ahead of him to Rukia, who was pulling him along by his wrist. They had been running for some time now and the petite Shinigami had yet to tell him their destination. Just be patient. We're getting closer, Rukia responded, looking down at her phone which was indicating which direction her target was. While they were running, all she did was replay the conversation she had with her brother earlier that night in the restaurant. Flashback. Rukia, sit down, he said, motioning his hand towards a chair across from him. They were sitting at a table for two, located across the restaurant due to Byakuya's request for a private moment with his sister. She sat down quietly in the chair, not saying a word. Rukia, I need you to know how important it is for you to stay as uninvolved with Kurosaki as possible. The likelihood of him remembering so much in such a short period of time, like you have, is slim to none. I can't have you telling him more and more information that could potentially cause disaster if left in the wrong hands, he said in a tone that said he was not willing to change his mind. Byakuya. It's Ichigo. How can you even think he is the wrong hands? She asked in disbelief. He tilted his head down to look at her in a way that said she should already know the reason to this. You have repeated the same act you did 7 years ago. You gave him your powers. You aren't in any trouble for that, but you're lucky he didn't take all of your power this time. Nevertheless, he has it now. It's nothing compared to what he used to have, but it will grow if encouraged. Although that small amount of power can prevent his transformation into a hollow for the time being, he can eventually be overrun by that parasite. That could potentially bring us to our demise if we allow him to be engrossed with our knowledge. You've got to be kidding me, she said, looking down at the table now. You can't expect me to just let him continue to not remember. You know I can't do that, she said, not taking her eyes off a damp napkin placed under a glass of water on the table. There was silence for about 10 seconds until Byakuya spoke up. You know you can't be with him, Rukia. Her eyebrows furrowed from his response and she slowly raised her head to stare him in the eyes. It was a glare that clearly said I've known but chose to ignore it. You know it's not possible. Not to mention, it's not allowed, he added. She held her glare and then moved it away from him to the open restaurant, which was oblivious to everything she was. Her eyes rested on the orange-headed man on stage laughing at something Tatsuki had apparently told him. Her face eased and the smallest suggestion of her lips forming into a smile occurred, until her brother spoke again. It's been ordered by the Godai 13 that if Kurosaki continues to be a participant in our mission, we must take action. If you don't want anything to happen to him, let him be, Rukia. She turned her head back to him with a shocked face displaced. Is that a threat? She asked unbelievingly. No. It's simply what will happen if we don't prevent his involvement, he said sternly. She looked down and started to shake her head back and forth slightly, not understanding why her life would take away the one thing that could make her happy. Tonight you have to find out exactly how much he does remember, before we leave for Soul Society tomorrow at sunrise. That's why we're here. He stood up and started to walk away but stopped when he was standing next to Rukia, who was still looking down. He placed his left hand on her left shoulder and didn't turn to face her, but kept his side to her. I'm sorry, he said softly and walked off. She sat there for a few more moments. She placed her elbow on top of the table and bent her head down to be able to move her hand through her hair and rub her forehead due to a headache that had emerged. She would have sat there forever had she not been called by Momo, who was standing about 15 feet away. Rukia. We're getting ready to order, come on, she said, starting to walk back to the table. I'm coming, Rukia replied in a solemn tone. She wasn't in the mood to even think about food. End flashback. I'm sorry, brother. I have to do this, she thought, stopping from running. Okay, she said, letting go of his arm. Ichigo bent down with his hands placed on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Ichigo, she said flatly, causing him to look up at her with his head, but still remaining in the same position. As soon as he looked up, she lunged towards him with her palms stretched out in front of her. She was wearing the red glove with a skull and flames on it. The glove that Ichigo had in his drawer. Rukia. What the dash, Ichigo started to say, trying to stand up in the process. Once he was standing, he wasn't fast enough to evade her lunge and her hand hit him straight in the forehead. He felt himself fall straight to the ground as Rukia landed next to him. Why the hell did you hit me, Ru dash, he started, but stopped when he saw his body flop to the ground in front of him. Holy shit. Am I dead? He yelled, crawling backwards on the ground, away from his body. No, you're not. Get up, Rukia said, ignoring his outburst. No, tell me what the hell you just did to me, he said, definitely freaking out now. I never thought I'd have to deal with this DMN reaction twice from you. Just follow me, she said, hoping the future event will snap him out of his amnesia, so she wouldn't have to explain it now. He started to stand hesitantly. Rukia began to run a little further ahead, until she turned back. Come on. Hurry up. He ran even though he was scared out of his mind. He just got knocked out of his body, for Christ's sake. He saw she was standing still and ran up and stood behind her. What now? He asked. She lifted her arm and pointed with her phone in her hand. Kill it, she said casually. Ichigo looked up to see a large monster-like creature. It was about 15 feet high, had claws, and a mouth that was open, showing off its sharp teeth with drool continually falling from its jaw. It hadn't noticed them yet, due to it being too busy wrecking a vacant building from the outside. Ichigo's eyes widened and his mouth was left ajar. You've got to be kidding me, he said incredulously. What the hell is that thing? He said, raising his voice as his face started to show the horror he felt. It's a hollow if you must know. But don't think about what it is now. Just run in there and take care of it, she said, shoving Ichigo into the right direction. He was close to it now and it had realized his presence. Oh shit, Ichigo said to himself softly as the hollow began to approach him. Ichigo began to slowly back away from it. What are you backing away from? Kill it already. Rukia yelled from the sidelines. Why don't you kill it? Considering it looks like you're familiar with this kind of thing, he yelled back defensively. This isn't about me. This is about you. You've done this hundreds of times. Come on, remember, she said, hoping with all her heart. Hundreds of times? What are you talking about? This is insane. The hollow finally lunged for him and he quickly dodged it, rolling to the side. This thing is gonna kill me, he yelled, breathing heavily from his dodge. That's why you're supposed to kill it before it gets the chance, she said, crossing her arms over her chest as she continued to watch intently. The hollow turned and lunged again, causing Ichigo to jump out of the way as the hollow ended up running into a building. Well, why don't you tell me how to kill it then, if you're not gonna help me? You don't feel that heavy metal thing strapped on your back, she said sarcastically. He looked over his shoulder only to see a cleaver-shaped sword that he thought he saw in his dreams last night. He looked back at her. Well, excuse me for being a little traumatized from this whole experience. The hollow then attacked him again, but he quickly sidestepped and reached back for the sword on his back. He lifted it up from his back slowly as the ribbon that was wrapped around it seemed to unravel itself, floating in the breeze. His eyes began to glow light blue and soon after, his entire body was illuminating in the color. The hollow was approaching him again, but slower this time, as if planning an attack. He had his zanpakuto, or what he still believed was a sword, pointed straight up into the air. I don't know what the hell is happening, but this all of a sudden feels like, he paused, instinct to me, he stated simply. The hollow then jumped straight towards him, but Ichigo simply swirled to the left and continued his circle while lowering his arm with Zangetsu in his hand. It seemed like everything was in slow motion to Rukia as she watched him continue to spin around with his Zanpakuto now perpendicular to his body and then smoothly slicing through the hollow's torso. The halves of the hollow's body flopped to the ground after a twitch of the left leg, but they soon evaporated into the air. Ichigo stood in the same position with his arms stretched out with Zangetsu in hand. He was breathing heavily, but not from exhaustion. He was confused how simple that seemed. How within a few seconds he knew exactly what he was doing and could dispose of the fabled creature without a second thought. "What's going on?" he whispered so softly with calm in his voice. He thought no one would hear, but he was wrong. "Now do you believe you've done this hundreds of times?" her voice almost sounding like his conscience. This is all so dash. He turned his head towards Rukia as he slowly lowered his arm to his side, ridiculous. She shook her head with her arms still folded over her chest. "What's ridiculous is the fact that you still are oblivious," she said, drifting off at the end of her sentence. "What?" he said, raising an eyebrow to her comment. "DMN it Ichigo," she said, raising her voice as she walked up to him. She was losing her patience. She grabbed his Shinigami robe and pulled it closer to her to grab his attention. The hand she grabbed him with was the one still wearing the glove. "I have a question. Where the hell did you get that glove from, and how is it that you were able to knock me out of my body into this?" "Well, I don't really know what I am right now," he said, raising his voice to her level. Rukia looked at her hand and let go of her grip on his robe, but didn't move her distance away from him. "This is the glove you've had for 5 years. I used this glove to get you into your Shinigami form," she explained sternly. "My Shiniwani what?" he said, wrapped in confusion. Rukia rolled her eyes. "Well, I know it's not all lost up in that head of yours, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to pull off that extermination," she said more to herself than to him. "What's not all lost? God, why do I feel so dizzy? This is just way too much to take in at once," he said, placing the palm of his hand against a building and leaning into it. Rukia breathed out a large breath. "I don't know anything else I can do," she said softly to herself. She moved a hand through her hair. "At least you weren't matched up against a hollow like Grand Fisher again. To have faced him that early in your training those many years ago was incredibly risky. I can't imagine you not knowing what you were doing and that level of a hollow attacking you now," she drifting off. He froze and turned his head slowly towards Rukia, still leaning his weight on his arm, which was against the building. "What did you just say?" he asked as if he had heard something vital. She raised an eyebrow. "I said thank God you didn't go up against a higher level hollow dash." No. "The first thing you said," he said, cutting her off. "At least you weren't up against a hollow like Grand Fisher AG dash," she began. "Grand Fisher," he repeated, turning his head back to the ground as he leaned on the wall more. "The BSTRD, killed my mother," he said through gritted teeth as his hand clenched into a fist on the wall. Rukia's eyes widened. "You remember?" she asked hesitantly. "I remember fighting him, and how he tried to kill my sisters. But, that's really it," he said with his face scrunched together, forcing himself to dig his brain for anything else. "That's it?" she asked with hope evident in her voice. He stood up straight and looked directly at her. "How much am I missing, Rukia?" he asked straight out. She looked into his amber eyes as she began to feel her heart sink. "Too much," she said, breaking eye contact and looking towards the floor. "Let's get you back into your body," she said, leading him to his body still lying on the pavement. Their walk was quiet, with Rukia in front and Ichigo straggling behind. No one wanted to talk about the present situation. Ichigo was too wrapped up in this new dilemma and Rukia was too disappointed from the event that occurred. At least he remembered something, she thought. Even if it wasn't me. "I'm leaving tomorrow, Ichigo," she said, stopping from walking with her back facing him. "You're not in the advertising business, are you?" he questioned, already knowing the answer. She sighed. "No, I'm not," she said, turning around to face him. Then, what exactly do you do and where are you going? He asked, interested and wanting to know the truth. I do, what you did back there, she said, pointing into the distance as if she could see the exact spot. And I'm going back to where I come from. Which is, he pushed for more information. You should know this, she said, not giving him the answer no matter what. It was his job to remember. Not hers. He stared intently at her with his eyebrows furrowed. You can't leave. What am I supposed to do after all of this? She took off and threw the glove at him, which he caught in surprise. Use this to leave your body. If another hollow shows up, take care of it. Or have Orihime, Chad, Ishida or Tatsuki do it. My friends? What do you mean? He asked, even more confused. Why don't you ask them? I can't explain anymore, she said, turning around to walk off. Wait, he said, leaning forward and grabbing her wrist. She froze. Her mind flashed back to the day she left 5 years ago. The day he grabbed her wrist in the same way and told her just how much he cared about her, just how much he loved. I don't want you to leave, he said softly and tenderly, with his amber eyes shining into her. Her throat tightened. You don't have a choice, she said softly as he pulled her into him, in which she didn't decline his actions. I don't have a choice, she said with his body pressed against hers and they could feel each other's breathing on their skin. I know there is so much that you're keeping from me and I know you've been keeping it from me. But even if I should be angry, I can't seem to feel that way towards you. There's something about you, I can't put my finger on it. Rukia began to open her mouth to speak, but found there were no words to be spoken. Ichigo continued. I don't know what it is, but I know I can't let you just leave, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her even closer. I can't, he repeated softly against her lips. She closed her eyes as she felt his warm breath against her delicate lips. She couldn't take the rhythm of his breathing any longer. She closed the gap, making a forceful, but passionate kiss that Ichigo gladly complied to. His large hands moved from her waist to cup her face, deepening the kiss even more. Unlike the kiss they shared earlier on the park bench, this kiss dealt more emotions. More importantly, there was need involved. Not just the simple need of each other's touch or presence, but the need for what was not present, the need for the past, the need for answers and familiarity that seemed to escape every opportunity that made itself present. Rukia pushed Ichigo away with her hands against his chest, ignoring the emotions that lingered on their lips. I'm sorry, she whispered softly. And before giving it a second thought, she used her Kido bind on him. He then lay on the ground on his stomach, not being able to break free. I don't want to risk them hurting you, Ichigo, she said, her eyes filling with tears. This time, please, don't come after me, she said, turning around. She walked about 5 feet and then turned her head to look back at him over her shoulder with pain-filled violet eyes. He was staring at her in a look that was begging her to stay, but his mind registered the way she was looking at him. He had seen that before. More than once, but only by her. Those moments flashed before his eyes. Every moment when she looked at him over her shoulder, whether it was when she was leaving, or coming back to him. He didn't know anything else, except the feeling that he knew her better than he could ever imagine. But by the time he came back to the present, she was gone. He pushed with all his strength and yelled to help him break free from the restraint, in which it had worked. He stood up and took off after her in the direction he saw her starting to walk in before his mind was taken over by frozen pictures of the past. The sun had already begun to rise. I don't know what I was thinking. Byakuya basically told me his life would be in danger if I encouraged it. But I couldn't help it. I didn't want to give up on him. I still don't, she thought, closing her eyes as she ran, feeling the wind blow her hair off her shoulders, trailing in the air behind her. But, if I have to make a choice between risking his memory or his life, then I have to do this. I hope he she paused, knowing the next words going through her mind would mean she accepted everything coming to her. She breathed in deeply. I hope he finds all the happiness he deserves. She opened her eyes and let one single tear fall down her cheek, Goodbye, Ichigo. Ichigo was running in a speed he didn't know he was capable of doing. He was running in a direction that he only chose because he had the weirdest feeling that he could actually sense she had been there and was in fact going in that same direction. He called it a gut feeling, but little did he know he could sense her Ryatsu. Why is it so impossible to understand one thing that's going on in my life, he thought as the sun was just peeking up over the horizon. What he thought was even more crazy was the fact that it had started to rain. No, more like downpour. He saw in the distance a group of people standing in front of a door that seemed to lead into nothing, if looked at from the side. As he got closer he realized it was the advertising group. He ran as fast as he could and saw that some had stepped into the door, but didn't come out the other side. He was about 20 feet away when he saw Rukia step up to it, hesitate, but continue through as well. "Sheet," he yelled. Renji was the last to go through and was about to step in as he felt his arm being yanked back, causing him to lose his balance and fall backwards. The gate closed. What the dash? Renji was able to get out of his mouth as Ichigo held him to the ground on his back by grabbing his shirt on his chest. "Where the hell did that door lead to and how do I get there?" Ichigo asked in a rough voice as the rain fell on his face and he shook his head to fling the water off. "The gate?" Renji said, irritated. "Don't get Fenji technical with me, eyebrows. Answer me." Ichigo yelled, pushing him into the ground even more. "Get your hands off me, Kurosaki," Renji stated blandly, not even resisting. "DMN it. Just tell me." Ichigo yelled even louder. The red-headed man looked him straight in the eyes. "They're going to Soul Society, Ichigo. And you can't go there." "Why the F not?" "She left because she's trying to protect you, you dumb butt." "Protect me from what?" Renji calmed suddenly, "From the same thing she protected you from the first time she left." Ichigo suddenly let go of his shirt, stood up and stepped back a step. Renji could tell a revelation was occurring within the man in front of him. "Renji, she's not in any danger because of me this time, right?" Ichigo asked hesitantly. Renji looked away into the far distance. "She doesn't know that she is yet. This is the only lonely picture. Waiting on my floor. Littering my shore. This is the last true burning letter. Given to a girl. Written by a boy. Living in a world created to destroy. But if I built you a city, would you let me? Would you tear it down? But there you go for the last time. I finally know now what I should have known then. That I could still be ruthless if you let me. But there you go and I'm not done. You're waving goodbye, well at least you're having fun. The rising tide will not let you forget me. Forget me. This is your ghost that kneels before me. Razors on her tongue, a body full of oxygen. It won't be the last time she'll ignore me. The thinning of my skin, without the strength to go. The winter's setting in, to cover you in snow. But if I built you a city, would you let me? Would you tear it down? But there you go for the last time. I finally know now what I should have known then. That I could still be ruthless if you let me. But there you go and I'm not done. You're waving goodbye, well at least you're having fun. The rising tide will not let you forget me. Forget me. Forget me. Forget me, yeah. I'll raise towers and climb them. Rivers and walk them. Oceans to drown in. You won't make a sound in. But there you go for the last time. I finally know now what I should have known then. That I could still be ruthless if you'll let me. But there you go and I'm not done. You're waving goodbye, well at least you're having fun. The rising tide will not let you forget me. Forget me. Chapter 11, Leave out all the rest. The Shinigami entered Soul Society, one with more on her mind than the discussion that will soon be held to speak about Aizen's reappearance. Well, she did it. She didn't think she could. She saw him coming and continued to step through the gate. This is how it's supposed to be. She just wished she hadn't taken him to fight that hollow. That might ruin her plan of letting him live out the rest of his life like a normal human being. They entered the main hall where the rest of the captains and lieutenants were lined up, waiting for their return. The returning Shinigami walked down the center of the room to address Yamamoto about their findings. Rukia hadn't noticed it until now, but her companions seemed curiously quiet. She looked over at some of them, which normally would have made them turn to look at her, but instead, they just turned their heads the opposite way and wore a frown. "Welcome back. We have much to discuss," Yamamoto said, breaking Rukia's interest in her friend's peculiar behavior. Tushiro stepped forward alongside Byakuya and began to tell with great detail the events of 2 nights ago. Rukia drifted into her thoughts. She knew she should be listening, but what was the point? She was there. She knew what happened. I hope he's not said that I used bind on him again. Gah, why do I even care? I'm never going to see him again. Stop thinking about him, Rukia. Get a grip. Every time I show up in his life, I mess everything up for him. I wasn't even supposed to see him again, but I had to find him and remember. DMN my stupid heart. God, why do you like getting hurt so much? Maybe you should get the point and stop trying, she continued to scream in her head. We'll get started on that immediately after we take care of one thing first, Yamamoto said. Rukia Kuchiki, you are under arrest. Matsumoto, Hisagi, he said, snapping Rukia out of her thoughts and looking up in shock. What? She asked softly, dazed and confused. Ranjaku and Shuhei each grabbed one of her arms and held them behind her back. What? She said louder. For what charges? She said, struggling against her friend's grip. If this is about giving up my powers again, then you have got to be kidding me. No, that is not the reason, Kuchiki. You were given direct orders by a captain, who received orders from me, in which you did not follow. Strict orders, might I add, he stated coldly. What orders? She yelled, convinced she did absolutely nothing wrong. Captain Kuchiki ordered you to keep your distance from Ichigo Kurosaki. You were supposed to meet with him for a short time to see exactly how much he remembered. You disobeyed that order. I did not. I found out how much he remembered. He doesn't remember anything. He thinks it's all a dream. She definitely lost her calm. She was letting her emotions fly. Yes, you did in fact find that out, but tell me, Miss Kuchiki. Did you not try to force him to remember by talking him through a hollow extermination? He asked in the same low volume. Her eyes went wide and her mouth dropped. How did you dash? She closed her mouth and closed her eyes. I did, she admitted regretfully. You proceeded to do what was ordered for you not to do, knowing the reasons it should not occur. He is not stable. He has a creature inside him that is not fully tamed. You opened the doors for this creature to break free, and now he could be a great risk to the safety of Soul Society and the living world. This was all done out of a selfish attempt of regaining something that was never supposed to be reachable. The words hit her like cinder blocks being thrown into deep water, sinking in and filling her empty soul with cold and heavy burdens. She had no words to say, speechless. Yamamoto continued without receiving a reaction from the woman standing in front of him, whose head was bowed down in shame. I would think that you out of all people would obey an order given after what you went through those few years ago. She swallowed hard, looked up and opened her eyes, which revealed pain and anger. She stared straight into the older man's eyes. He continued. Rukia Kuchiki, for disobeying orders, unleashing a possible horrific foe, and endangering the living world and Soul Society, you are sentenced to death. This is quite fortunate for you because you won't have to see what will happen to these worlds when your faults finally take effect. He finished with a nod and Ranjaku and Shuhei pulled Rukia away as her thoughts were still jumbled from what he just said. She was walking along, not realizing where exactly she was going. Not caring at all and not realizing it at first, she spoke out loud, I'm accused of endangering everything and everyone. I didn't mean I would never try to put myself before others. I don't do that, but I did. She couldn't find any strength left in her body and fell to her knees. Ranjaku looked over at Shuhei with a saddened frown. They let go of her arms, as she was already tied in restraints around her wrists, behind her back. Rukia, Ranjaku said. Rukia broke in before they could reply. You guys knew, she said softly looking at the ground. She paused and raised her head to look at them with disbelief in her eyes. You knew and you didn't have the guts to tell me what I got myself into. That's why no one would look at me when we came back. How can you just drag me back into that god-forsaken tower, knowing that I'm going to be kept there until I'm put to death? How can you do that when you're supposed to be my friends? She was yelling, but it started to slur into crying. Rukia, Ranjaku said softly, kneeling down and putting her hand on her shoulder. It's orders, Rukia. Orders. Just because we follow them, doesn't mean we agree with them, Shuhei stated calmly. This is tearing us up inside, Rukia. But wouldn't you rather us come with you than someone like Mayuri Kuratsuchi? Ranjaku asked with a gentle voice. Rukia just sat there for a moment. How can there even be a death penalty? So Kyaku was destroyed. There are other ways to kill a Shinigami, Rukia, Shuhei replied sadly. She paused and then spoke up again with her cold voice showing calm and exhaustion, just bring me to the shrine of penitence. Shuhei and Ranjaku were now showing pain on their faces. They stood up and pulled Rukia up as well. They continued to walk to the familiar white tower that Rukia had been locked in back in the days where she had the slightest hope of a rescue. Now was different. He wouldn't come this time. There was no rescue in store for Rukia. Ichigo came storming in the restaurant. Everyone turned and looked at the orange hothead slamming through the front doors. To their disbelief, he was pulling Renji behind him. Kurosaki? Ishida asked, confused about the event unfolding. Everyone who's eating, I'm sorry but we're closing up. Ichigo yelled around at the customers. They just looked at him confused and didn't move. That means get the hell out. Ichigo yelled again, seeing no one moving. They all got up and started scurrying out of the restaurant. What the hell is going on, Ichigo? Tatsuki asked, taking off her apron and throwing it on a table. We're going to Soul Society, he stated simply. Everyone's face twitched from what he said. They all had the same thought running through their heads, did he just say what I think he said? And as if he was reading everyone's mind, he said, yeah, that's what I said. I don't know why you kept it a secret, but it doesn't matter now. We're going. Renji here, is our first-class ticket, he said with a maniacal grin. Ichigo, how do you know about Soul Society, and why are we going? Orihime asked calmly. I know because Rukia took me to kill a hollow last night and then she left. I went after her and saw her go through a gate and disappear. He was there and I stopped him from going through too, Ichigo said, pointing to Renji. I know now, that I've known Rukia all this time. I don't know how, or when, but at one point, she was going to be killed because of me. It's happening again. Don't ask how, because I don't Fenji know. What I do know is, like hell I'm gonna sit here and let the same thing happen again without trying to save her. So you coming or what? He asked, everyone looking at him with wide eyes. This consisted of Chad, Tatsuki, Orihime, and Ishida. Thank God Kigo was off that night. Everyone just nodded with a serious look. Of course, Chad said, for everyone. I can't believe I'm in the exact place I was 7 years ago, doing the same thing, waiting to die, the small raven-haired woman thought, sitting next to that familiar window where she looked out on Soul Society. I just hope they don't make me wait too long this time. No one's coming, so there's no reason in delaying it. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the wall. Her life seemed to move in a circle, or perhaps it was just leading back to one thing, her making mistakes and dealing with the punishment. Only, someone has always been there to help her escape the said punishments. This time she was alone. She believed it. Was her fate now? There was no reason in extending it any longer just for her to make more mistakes. All I've really done is cause pain to people. All my life, that's what I've done. I come into their lives and somewhere down the road, I hurt them. So if you're asking me, I want you to know. When my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done. Help me leave behind some reasons to be missed. And don't resent me. And when you're feeling empty, keep me in your memory. Leave out all the rest. Leave out all the rest. There's no need for me to push for a longer life. I lived long enough and I've been given too many second chances. There's a time when things come to an end and mine has finally come. She opened her eyes and leaned forward to look out the window and into the sky, as if reaching out to one person in the entire universe. Don't be afraid. I've taken my beating. I've shared what I've been. I'm strong on the surface. Not all the way through. I've never been perfect. But neither have you. Despite all the chaos I might have caused, or will cause, I hope to not be remembered for my disasters, but for my desire to always be there for the ones I've cared for. Although I believe I've had many heroic moments in my life, the disastrous ones seem to overtake them. She looked down and let a soft and gentle smile form along her lips. She closed her eyes. There are certain moments in my life that I wouldn't trade for anything though, and most of them were with you. So if you're asking me, I want you to know. When my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done. Help me leave behind some reasons to be missed. Don't resent me. And when you're feeling empty, keep me in your memory. Leave out all the rest. Leave out all the rest. I know right now I'm just convincing myself that it's okay, that I've had enough happiness in my life. But is it so wrong to be like everyone else? To want more? She opened her eyes and leaned back to look out the window, into the sky. I actually believed that at one point I could actually stay there in the living world. I would have a job in a small flower shop, which would also be a small cafe. I would own a house and even a car, of course after I learned to drive. But most of all, I would stay with you. When my time comes, forget the wrong that I've done. Help me leave behind some reasons to be missed. Don't resent me. And when you're feeling empty, keep me in your memory. Leave out all the rest. Leave out all the rest. Forgetting all the hurt inside. You've learned to hide so well. Pretending someone else can come and save me from myself. I can't be who you are. I can't be who you are. I'm done pretending. No one will save me. They all stepped through the gate. A smile formed on everyone's face except Ichigo, who had a determined look displayed instead. But as fast as those smiles spread, they were gone. They hadn't been here in over 5 years, and it brought back so many memories, including the bad, that eventually brought good ones. They started to step forward, knowing the exact location to get to. Ichigo stopped in mid-step though. He was overwhelmed by images he had missed unconsciously. Flashback. They stepped out of the gate into Soul Society. It was only them and they were supposed to meet the rest of the Karakura town entourage there. It was mostly a celebration of their victory in Hueco Mundo over Aizen. Rukia began to walk away in front of him. He frowned and reached out to grab her wrist. She jumped from his sudden action and turned around and glared. What are you doing, Ichigo? What am I doing? No, what are you doing? Where do you think you're going? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm going to report to my squad. What's gotten into you? She said, ripping her arm out of his grasp. Well, excuse me for realizing every time I let you go somewhere by yourself something happens, he said, walking up closer to her. They were in each other's faces now. Something doesn't happen to me every time I go off by myself. Oh yeah? Wanna bet? He yelled back. She opened her mouth to say something, but then thought. She sighed and looked down, but quickly snapped her head up wearing a goofy smirk. Ichigo leaned back a little, surprised by her action. What are you so happy about all of a sudden? He asked with an eyebrow raised. Oh nothing, she said turning around. She walked a step then turned her head to talk back at him, just the fact that you care so much about what happens to me, is all. Shock was displayed all over his face. Whoever said I cared about you? Maybe I just don't want to hear that red-headed bstrd complain to me or deal with your emotionally detached brother hunting me down. She then made a face that showed complete understanding of the situation. Oh, okay. So how about we get going then, so you don't have to worry about dealing those two, she said grabbing his hand in hers and starting to drag him along beside her. Maybe I don't give a damn if you go by yourself or not anymore, he said, starting to walk at her pace, but didn't pull his hand away from her grasp. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, Ichigo, she said continuing to look forward. He looked at her, watching her hair move in the wind and allowing him to see the genuine smile she held. He couldn't suppress one of his own from the sight of hers. End flashback. Kurosaki. You okay? Ishida said, as everyone in the group was about 10 feet ahead, looking back at him. He stared straight at them for a few seconds. Why yeah. I'm fine. Let's go, he said, shaking his head slightly. He then looked around again noticing a member missing. Wait. Where the hell is Renji? The rest of the group looked around. He must have ran off. Orihime questioned. How the hell do we end up losing a BSTRD with a stop sign as a head? Ichigo yelled running a hand through his hair. Sheet, he's going to inform everyone that we're here. We better get moving. He walked in front of the group, leading them in the direction of the front gates to the 13 squads. He thought of the memory that had just come back to him and couldn't help but smile. I'm coming, Rukia. Everything is in place. All we have to do is wait for the execution date. And when is that, Yamamoto? Byakuya asked in his usual monotone. 2 days, the older man replied. Byakuya's eyes widened slightly from his statement, but he quickly regained his serene state. 2 days. That's too soon, sir. Renji yelled out. That is the date that was decided, Abarai. Please refrain from another outburst like that again, he said sternly. I'm sorry sir, but we don't have enough time to prepare. This day is almost over, which means we technically only have 1 day left, he yelled again. Renji. Byakuya yelled to silence him. Renji stepped back and was seen flaring his nostrils. Cool down, hothead, Shohei whispered to him as he continued to blow out air from frustration. Shut up, Renji growled in response. You may be right, Abarai, but if Kurosaki and his faction are already here, then we don't have a choice. We have to defend against them. That is the plan. We need to proceed in it, Yamamoto stated. Yamamoto sir. Yes, Hitsugaya. I can sense their Ryatsu coming fast. We should disperse, he said firmly. I believe you are correct. Everyone report to your stations and prepare for battle. The front gate, it's open, Chad said as everyone looked straight at it. It's like they're just letting us come on in, Tatsuki commented. They all walked in slowly, looking around cautiously for a trap. Looks like the Shinigami have just grown careless, Ishida said. As they continued to walk they saw the path in front of them lined with a number of Shinigami just waiting for them. You've got to be kidding me. We're going to have to go through another fight through this entire place again. You remember the fight, Ichigo? Orihime asked surprisingly happy, due to the situation they were in. Yeah, everything's coming back, he said staring straight ahead at the motionless group of Shinigami. Ichigo's view was on the Shinigami but his mind was focused a few memories that seemed to apply to that exact moment. Wow, she's an unusual Shinigami too, that one, Ganju said sitting a little away from Ichigo. Yeah, she's unusual, Ichigo said softly, standing up. That's why I came to save her. He began to run down the long path in the sewers, remembering the last time he saw her before she left him in the rain. I'm not going to let you die, Rukia. Another memory came through immediately following that. From here on it's gonna be harder than it's ever been, Ganju said, staring him straight in the eyes. There was a long pause as Ichigo turned to look away from him. Tell me you're serious about this. There was another pause. Tell me your heart is on this. And as if reliving the flashback, Ichigo said aloud, she's waiting. He took one step forward and so did everyone of the Shinigami. Well, this doesn't look good, Tatsuki said almost jokingly. Looks like we're gonna be forced to split up again, Chad said as the Shinigami began to slowly approach. Orihime is staying with me, Ishida said, moving closer to her. She nodded in response, moving closer to him as well. Chad, go with Tatsuki, Ichigo stated, pulling out Zangetsu from his back. Ichigo, are you sure you should be alone? You're only just remembering things. Maybe you show dash, Orihime said, concerned. No. I remember enough. I'm going by myself. Head straight for the tower and don't wait for anyone, he said, getting in a stance showing he was ready to sprint. Everyone ready? Ishida asked as everyone got in Ichigo's stance. See you guys later. Ichigo said, running straight at the group. They're splitting up. Sheet. Shohei shouted, I got Chad. Tatsuki's going with him. I'll come with you. Ranjaku yelled, following Shohei. Momo. Let's get the Quincy and Orihime, Tushuru yelled, with Momo agreeing behind him. Is he seriously running straight at me? Renji said, standing there alone. He grabbed Zabumaru and stood in position. Ichigo continued to sprint at him, a smirk growing on his face. He was within 20 feet and he yelled to the redhead, who was anticipating Ichigo's attack. Later eyebrows, and just like that, he used Shunpa and disappeared. Sheet. Renji yelled, turning around to run in the presumed direction of his opponent. Ichigo was running now. Everything was a blur as he flew by. He could see the tower in the distance. He focused on the white structure and found yet another spark in his brain had ignited. Flashback. What is it with the living world and all these fantasies with dragons, knights and princesses? They believe in this kind of stuff but don't believe in Shinigami. Weird. Rukia said, lying on Ichigo's bed like always and flipping through a children's book. We don't believe in them, idiot. Those stories are for little kids to believe. As we get older we realize they're just a bunch of bull, he stated, writing something down at his desk. Well then how come you have movies that deal with the same thing and I see adults enjoying the story, she asked suspiciously. Because even if we know it's not real, it's still entertaining to pretend. Shouldn't you know this? It's not that weird, he said in disbelief. Stories told in Soul Society are true. Usually about a powerful Shinigami or war that occurred. How do you know it's true? It could be all made up for entertainment purposes, Ichigo said, trying to prove his point. Well, if it is, then they made it sound pretty real to me. That makes it a hell of a lot better story than anything with dragons or princesses in it, she said, continuing to look through the pictures of the book. I mean, it has to deal with a princess being locked in a tower with a fierce dragon guarding it and this knight comes and rescues her. I don't understand how the hell he could fight a battle against that monster with a sword that doesn't even have Bankai, she said, pointing out the picture to Ichigo. He reached over, took the book and shut it. Hey! I was explaining something. Rukia said as he set the book on his desk. Yeah, well, listen to my explanation, he said, going back to whatever he was writing on his desk, not looking at the petite girl sitting on his bed, anticipating an explanation. You say that kind of story isn't real. Well, to be honest, I used to think that too. He paused as he erased something with his eraser, but then continued to write. Until I met you. Rukia's eyes widened. She was about to say something, but Ichigo cut her off. You showed me how some weird shit really does exist, but also, I lived through one of those fairy tale stories myself. She raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? How so? He continued to look down on whatever he was working on. You were locked in a tower and kinda guarded by the Sokayaku, which was like a Phrygian dragon to me. And then I came, he paused and looked over at the girl intrigued by his explanation. And saved the princess, he finished with a slight curve of his lips to show the beginning of a smile, but he turned his head back to his work before it could grow any more. Rukia was surprised by his statement, but smiled once he had already turned back to his work. She stood up and walked to the door. She turned back to look at Ichigo working at his desk and whispered softly so no one would hear, "That makes you my knight, Ichigo," and she turned and walked out of the room. Ichigo picked up his pencil from the paper and held it in midair. He heard her last remark before she left the room. He smiled completely now, "I'll rescue you anytime, Rukia," and he began to write again. End flashback. Chapter 12, Here Without You. Flashback. What was that about? Huh? Ichigo said, walking over to Rukia, who was waiting for him to walk home. Who was that? She asked, secretly annoyed. That, he said, turning around to look back at the purple-haired girl who was talking with some other female students. She's a new student here. She said her name's Senna, he said, looking back at the raven-haired girl analyzing her competition. Wow. It looks like you know a lot about her already. She said in a suggestive tone. All I did was pick up a book she dropped and she introduced herself. I only know her name, he said, irritated by her suggestion. Who flings themselves on someone for picking up their book, she said, still looking at the new girl. There hadn't been a new student since she came, so in a way she was feeling replaced. She gave me a hug. She was just saying thanks. Geez, what's wrong with you? He said, waving a hand through her field of vision. Nothing, she said simply, swatting his hand away. What do you have against her all of a sudden? He asked, interested, pinning his head to the side. Nothing. Let it go, Ichigo, she said, turning around and starting to walk away. Hold on a second. Are you jealous? He asked with an amused smirk growing rapidly across his face. Rukia stopped in her tracks, even losing her balance a little and dropping two books she was holding in her arms. She swung around, jealous? Me? Over you? In your dreams, Kurosaki. She can have you, she said, turning back around. Can we go home already? She asked, not turning around. He continued to try and read her with an amused glare. Yeah, he said, bending down. He picked up the books she dropped and handed them to her. Here, he said, still trying to read her with the slightest curve of his lips. By the way, did you do something different with your hair or something? Looks different. She was surprised from his action and took the books slowly. Thanks, she said, taking a step in the right direction. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. Let's just go. What? You're not going to throw yourself on me, he said, chuckling slightly. Excuse me, she said with the slightest bit of pink coloring her cheeks. Isn't that how you're supposed to thank someone? He said with a cocky smile. Rukia rolled her eyes. Great. Your ego can get bigger, she said sarcastically. Yes, but it's one of the many things that you like about me, otherwise you wouldn't be so jealous. He said slyly. Her nostrils flared slightly, for the last time. I'm not jealous, she said, stomping off ahead of him. Ichigo chuckled to himself as he walked slowly to catch up to the infuriated Shinigami. Then he caught eye of a redhead talking to her about 20 feet ahead of him. He was within hearing range now and heard what Renji was saying. Your hair looks nice today, Rukia. You look very pretty, he said, rubbing the back of his neck as his face turned a shade of his hair. Rukia knew Ichigo was listening. She turned slightly to look at him with a glare and smirk before replying to Renji. Thank you, Renji. Hey, let's go and talk about orders you were sent to give me. We can get some food if you like. Renji smiled brightly. I'd love to. Rukia grabbed his arm and walked side by side with him. She could feel Ichigo glaring into her from behind. He was growling as he watched them walk off, but still being able to hear their conversation. Now who's jealous? Rukia whispered to herself with a smirk. What? Renji asked, not being able to hear her. Cows are a new FTSH, she yelled, not being able to think of something else and being too paranoid. Ichigo smirked, being able to hear her real remark. End flashback. Ichigo had a soft smile plastered on his face. There was no way he was going to let anything happen to someone he cared about this much. A simple memory with her was able to keep a smile on his face longer than one with anyone else. He was now running towards the stairs leading to the White Tower until he saw a stretched Zanpakuto swing at him from behind. It was being swung at his side, where the tip of the Zanpakuto could bend around to the front of his body. Ichigo barely reacted in time but blocked the strike with Zangetsu. The attacking Zanpakuto recoiled and brought his attention to its owner. Ichigo glared but smirked. Hey Renji. You finally caught up. Yeah, and this time I won't let you get away, Kurosaki. So, I guess we gotta do this then, Ichigo said holding Zangetsu stretched out to his side. I don't plan on killing you. I just can't let you get by, Renji stated holding Zabumaru out perpendicular to his body, in front of him. That's where we differ, Abarai, he said gripping his Zanpakuto tighter. I can easily get by, but I'm deciding not to run. I'm deciding not to save your butt. He paused slightly. 'Cause if you're not willing to save Rukia, then why the F, should I save you, he stated without yelling, feeling something inside him getting stronger. Renji frowned. Save me from what? He asked irritated by not understanding him. Me, Ichigo said slamming Zangetsu in front of him so his other arm could grip it as well. Bankai. Renji's eyes grew, but he needed to react to Ichigo's move. Bankai. Renji yelled as well. They were ready. Their energy was soaring, as well as their emotions. The last time they battled it was in the same spot, for the same reason. Renji flung Zabumaru at him, who was about 50 yards away. Ichigo began to use Shunpa, blocking and clashing with Zabumaru whenever Renji lunged it towards him. He got within 10 feet of Renji when he lunged in for a hit, thinking he was too close for Zabumaru to attack him, but he was wrong. It ended up crossing his path and hitting him dead, making him fly back about 30 feet. Renji just stood there with a determined look. He watched as Ichigo knelt up from the ground. His body was leaning over in front of him and you could see he was breathing heavily. After a few more seconds, Ichigo raised his head. There seemed to be a deep gash going diagonally from the right side of his forehead, down his temple and ending at his cheek. A cut was visible on his right shoulder as well. The blood was starting to drip, but that wasn't what caught Renji's attention. Ichigo delivered a maniacal look. Everything on his face showed loathing and rage. His eyes were piercing into his body. Renji could only faintly see it but, he knew it was coming. Ichigo's eyes were swarming with a black cloud in each. He then let out a slight yell as he raised his head up into the air. White was forming around his face within seconds, and when it seemed to stop, Ichigo slowly lowered his head. Sheet, was all Renji could say. Ichigo was in his hollow form and he knew just how powerful he was like that. The part that scared him the most though, was the fact that he knew Ichigo didn't have control over him. This was the hollow he was fighting. Not Ichigo. He started to have a laughing fit, more sadistic than hilarious. Then, in an instant, he shot at Renji. Allowing Renji the smallest time to react, but he still did. Their Zanpakutos clashed, only making the lunatic smile even more as they went on. Finally, he slammed Zangetsu against Zabumaru, causing it to go flying to the side. Before Renji could recover, he had already launched his next attack, Getsuga Tensho. Renji was done. After the atmosphere had cleared from the attack, Renji was seen lying on the ground with his limbs spread in different directions. Blood was all around him. Hollow Ichigo walked up to him, able to see him still breathing. He held Zangetsu out, ready to plunge it into Renji's chest. He was smiling sadistically as he continued to hold out the Zanpakuto. Then, his face slowly fell from the smile and into a scowl as he fell back, losing his balance. His hands flew to his head as he tossed and turned. He ended up standing up and starting to move towards the stairs as he kept fighting for control. He reached the stairs and fell forwards. He laid there for a few seconds until his hands pushed him up from the steps. The mask fell from his face to the steps and shattered. Ichigo stayed in this bending over position, breathing heavily. Blood was dripping down his face again. He slowly turned to look back at his friend's body, limp on the ground. He grimaced at the sight and turned around, leaning on the stairs again. He tried swallowing the bulge in his throat. I didn't want it to go that far," he whispered with his eyes clenched tight. "I didn't even want to fight him." He opened his eyes and slammed a fist against the steps. "I don't have control," he said through clenched teeth. He stood up slowly and walked up a few steps. He turned around to face Renji again. "Forgive me." He turned back around and started to run up the steps. "Rukia, I see Ishida," Orihime said, pointing into the direction. "Right. Let's go," she yelled as they started to run towards the Quincy. "Ishida. We're here to help," Rukia said as she held out her Zanpakuto. "Thanks, but I think Kurosaki needs it more than I do," he said, letting arrows fly towards Tosen. Rukia immediately looked around and saw Ichigo fighting about 200 yards away. He was fighting Aizen. "Leave me. I'm fine," Ishida said, dodging an arrow Tosen had reflected with his Zanpakuto. Ishida - Orihime protested. "Go, you too. Now," he yelled, beginning to dodge more and more. Rukia nodded and began to run. Ishida's arrows were being reflected profusely now and he was having trouble dodging them. He was letting out grunts and yells out of desperation to avoid getting hit. He saw one coming straight for him while he was in the middle of a dodge and he knew he couldn't avoid it. He closed his eyes, waiting for it to hit, but it didn't. He slowly opened his eyes only to find Orihime standing in front of him acting a barrier. "Oh Orihime," he said in shock. She turned her head to look back at him. "I'm not leaving you, Ishida," she said softly, with piercing brown eyes and a smile. Rukia saw everything was all right. She had stopped running when she heard Ishida yelling and Orihime ran back. She received a nod from Orihime and began to run towards Ichigo again. She was closer. Only 100 yards now. She could see the battle was intense, but she could also see that Aizen seemed to have the upper hand. "Please, hold on Ichigo. Don't die on me," she begged. Aizen and Ichigo seemed like they were dancing around in circles. They were moving so fast, attacking every chance they could and then dodging. Her eyes were glued to them. Ichigo went in for another attack but Aizen seemed to just wipe it away with his Zanpakuto. Ichigo then went in for another, but this time Aizen blocked it and then forced it up in the air, lunging towards Ichigo. Rukia's eyes went wide. Aizen's Zanpakuto had gone straight through Ichigo's upper abdomen. She was within 50 yards now. She could see him gagging and then opening his mouth to let the blood fall. She was running so fast now. The adrenaline had definitely kicked in. She screamed out his name, seeing him spit even more blood. "Ichigo," she yelled, waking up from a nightmare of the past. She was breathing heavily. She started to catch her breath and then laid back down. Rukia couldn't help but think of the remainder of that memory. Rukia ran up and was now 10 feet behind Aizen. Ichigo and Aizen hadn't moved from their close proximity. She stopped and listened as she heard him speak. Sodi no Shirayuki gripped tightly in her hand as her eyes filled with hatred. Ichigo got to the top of the stairs and leaned against the wall. He was surprisingly light-headed. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back to shake off the feeling. He opened his eyes and was taken over by a time in the past. "You're done, Kurosaki. You've been defeated," he said in a cold voice. Ichigo's pained face slowly morphed into a smirk. "So, are you, Sosuke?" He coughed up more blood. "So are you." He looked down with his eyes and then back up into the face of his opponent. Aizen looked down, only to see Zangetsu had been shoved into his lower stomach. The older Shinigami looked up with an evil smirk. You're full of surprises, Kurosaki, but that won't be enough to kill me. Then maybe this will, she yelled from behind and shoved her Zanpakuto through his back. He reacted to this hit, as opposed to Ichigo's. After leaving it in for about 20 seconds she slipped it out of his body, as did Ichigo. They watched as his body fell to the floor and a blinding light surrounded him. To their surprise, he was gone when the light faded. Ichigo fell to the ground immediately after they realized Aizen was gone. He had lost a lot of blood. Ichigo! Rukia yelled, falling to the ground beside him. Don't you dare die on me, she yelled, pulling open his clothes to get to his wound. She held her hands over his enormous gash as she began to heal him. His breathing was still decreasing. Come on. Stay with me, Ichigo. He slowly opened his amber eyes as he was drawn to her water-filled violets. She was begging him with one look to hold on. He moved his hand to hers and grasped it with as much strength he could muster up. Rukia, he said, falling into darkness. Ichigo blinked a few times and he saw that he was in Soul Society again. Not in Hueco Mundo. He began to walk into the next area and noticed it was a bridge. He made it to the shrine. He began to walk forward. No, she yelled, trying to use more of her energy to heal him. But she saw it was no use. He was healed. The problem must have been the fact that he lost too much blood. I'm sorry, she said through horrified sobs. I couldn't save you. She buried her face into his chest, crying harder than she ever had. She slowly lifted her head and looked at his motionless face. Rukia put her hand against his cheek and leaned her head down so that it was a foot away from his. Ichigo, she said as another tear came sliding down her cheek. She closed her violet pools to hold back more tears, and then opened them again when she felt they had stopped falling from her eyes for the moment. I love you, she finished and closed the gap between their faces. Her lips planted softly on his. She pulled up slowly and looked at his still motionless face. Another tear flew down her cheek as her jaw shook. Ichigo, come back to me. She lowered her head and began to cry, silently this time. The next thing she knew, her name was being said in a soft, confused tone. Rukia. She was still lying down as she remembered. She smiled as she lifted her fingers to her lips. That was the first time I kissed him. Ichigo was halfway across the bridge, when he felt dizzy again. He held on to the side railing and closed his eyes. He then opened them, finding he was in Hueco Mundo again. Her head flew up. He was leaning up on his elbows. What's wrong with you? He asked with concern in his eyes. Her mouth dropped. I thought you were dead, she said, looking at him shocked. Well, did you heal me or something? 'Cause my shirt's open. Unless you were trying to do something with my dead body. He said with a raised eyebrow. She glared. Of course I healed you. Then why the hell would you think I'm dead? He said, not understanding her. Because after I healed you, you still weren't breathing, she yelled back at him. Well, there's no need to yell about it, he yelled back. You were the one who seemed to think it was a sin to cry for you when I thought you were dead, she yelled back. But I wasn't dead. Yes, you were. No. Yes. No, DMN it. Your heart stopped beating. What about that don't you get? She asked incredulously. Well, it seems to be going now, he said, sitting completely up in front of her. Well, aren't you a genuine genius? They sat in front of each other and glared, until they both turned their heads away, crossing their arms. Ichigo sighed and looked back at her, who was still looking away. Thanks, he paused. For saving me. She didn't turn to look at him, but let a smile visible on her face. Let's get you out of here, she said, standing up and holding her hand down to him. He blinked again, now back in Soul Society. He stood still against the railing and smiled as he looked at the tower, knowing she was in there waiting for him. 100 days have made me older. Since the last time that I saw your pretty face. 1,000 lies have made me colder. And I don't think I can look at this the same. But all the miles that separate disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby. And I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight it's only you and me. The miles just keep rollin'. As the people leave their way to say hello. I've heard this life is overrated. But I hope that it gets better as we go. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby. And I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. Everything I know, and anywhere I go. It gets hard, but it won't take away my love. And when the last one falls. When it's all said and done. It gets hard, but it won't take away my love. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby. And I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby. But you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. You've gotten way too far, Kurosaki. Ichigo's ears ringed with the familiarity of that voice. He slowly turned around and was welcomed by what he presumed. You're not stopping me, Byakuya, Ichigo stated coldly. You have no idea what is going on. Step away from the shrine now. I don't have to kill you. Not gonna happen, Ichigo said, taking small steps backwards toward the tower. Then, I'm going to have to use force. Ichigo honestly didn't want to fight anyone anymore. I just left Rinji to die. I can't bear to kill someone else. They aren't my enemies. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to try to get Rukia out of here without any more destruction on my part, he thought, stepping back another step. Byakuya had just unsheathed his Zanpakuto, when Ichigo saw Ishida and Orihime run up behind him. Once they saw who it was, they stopped in their tracks. He would turn and attack them first if he realized they were there. Ichigo knew that. Ichigo knew what he had to do. He lifted Zangetsu and charged for him. Their blades hit and sparks were even created. Ichigo began to turn his body, manipulating Byakuya to turn as well, as their Zanpakutos were still against each other in a battle of strength. Finally, Ichigo made it so that his back was against the railing and Byakuya was in front of him. This allowed Orihime and Ishida to run across the bridge without being spotted by the Squad 6 captain. The captain was far too distracted by Ichigo's energy level to recognize theirs passing by. The two ran to the door immediately, taking care of the two guards. Ishida shot one in the shoulder with an arrow, while Orihime used Tsubaki and aimed him for the guard's head. They didn't want to kill anyone. Only get Rukia out of there. They ran through the door and saw the Shinigami lying on the floor. Rukia, Orihime said softly. The said Shinigami didn't move at first. She knew whose voice that was, but didn't want to assume anything too quickly. She slowly sat up and saw two of her friends standing near the doorway. She quickly stood up and was welcomed by Orihime, throwing her arms around her. Thank God you're all right. The two parted. Ishida smiled and said, come on. I don't know how long Ichigo can last. Rukia's ears rang from those words. Ichigo? She asked in surprise. Orihime nodded with a smile. He's the one that got us here. He's the one that would have gotten to you before us if Byakuya didn't come. Byakuya? They're fighting as we speak, Ishida clarified. Kurosaki, back down. You don't know what's going on. You're ruining our plan. Plan? To kill Rukia? Well, excuse me for intervening, he said, breaking their Zanpakuto contact. They had started to actually fight and left the bridge into a different area. No, just listen. Let's go back to TE main hall. Everything will be fine, he said as Ichigo swung his sword at him, causing him to block. "I'm not leaving without Rukia." Ichigo yelled, slamming his sword at him again. "She's not even going to be executed, Kurosaki." Byakuya yelled. Ichigo's face went shocked as he started to lower Zangetsu. "What?" Byakuya sighed heavily. "Rukia isn't in any danger." They ran out of the shrine, only to see the bridge was empty. "We have to get you out of here, Rukia." "Ichigo can take care of himself," Ishida assured her. They started to run, making it to the long stairway. They were greeted by Chad and Tatsuki, who were followed by Shuhei, Momo, Tushuru, and Ranjaku. Apparently after Momo and Tushuru couldn't find Orihime and Ishida, they joined the other two. "Sheet!" Tatsuki yelled, seeing the band of Shinigami approach. "Looks like it's time to stop running." "Yeah, it is," Shuhei agreed. "But it's not time to start fighting either," Ranjaku said. "We just got word from a hell butterfly. Byakuya has just told Kurosaki the plan." "It's time to tell you," Tushuru stated. The humans and Rukia were shocked. They had no idea what just happened, but the whole situation had just altered. "You were never going to be executed, Rukia," Momo said. "That was supposed to be a distraction for Aizen. Soul Society knew that if we planned to execute you, the humans would come and save you," Ranjaku explained. "And your point?" Rukia asked. "The point is, if the humans leave the living world to come here, the spiritual energy in Karakura town decreases tremendously. This prevents Aizen from creating the key. It gives us more time," Shuhei elaborated. "Wow. It really was just a distraction," Orihime said. "Yeah, but now that you guys know it's a hoax, Aizen might find out soon. He has spies everywhere. And once he knows, there is no telling what he will do. He could attack Soul Society," Tushuru explained. "Come on. Let's get back to the main hall," Momo said. "We've told them of our situation, sir," Tushuru said to Yamamoto. "Where is Kuchiki now?" the older man asked. "We told her to retreat back to the Shrine of Penitence. If there are spies lurking around, they won't think anything of it." "Good. What about the humans?" "They are being kept in a shack in the Rukongai district. No one will find them. We're making sure that everyone still thinks they are running around in Siriidii." Yamamoto nodded in approval. "Where is Kurosaki?" "I can feel him still in Siriidii." "Yes, we believe he is still with Byakuya. He'll bring him directly to his comrade soon, sir." "I hope Ichigo is alright," Orihime said, placing a bowl of rice in the middle of a table. "I'm sure he's fine, Orihime," Tatsuki said, starting to take some rice out of the said bowl. "I just hope we didn't ruin anything for the Shinigami. What if Aizen finds out about this whole thing being a hoax just because of us?" Orihime asked, concern evident in her voice as she sat in her chair with the rest at the table. Ishida reached his hand over and placed it on top of hers. His eyes were piercing into hers. "We're still pretending that Rukia is going to be executed tomorrow. Aizen should know this because I've heard word that there are spies in Soul Society. Everything is still according to plan. Everything is going to be alright." He kept staring into her eyes until hers flickered and an apologetic smile was drawn across her face. "I'm sorry. I know you're right. I'm just worrying again," she said, looking down. Ishida shook her hand gently to grab her attention back to him. "Don't be sorry. You have nothing to be sorry about." He smiled at her gently, followed by her giving him one back in gratitude. Byakuya and Ichigo stopped outside a shack in the Rukongai district. "I hope you understand all I've told you." Sorry, but that's the way it has to be," Byakuya said. Ichigo avoided eye contact and didn't respond, but just looked out into the distance. "Your friends are inside," he said, motioning his head in the direction of the shack. "Yeah," was all he said as he walked towards the door. When Ichigo reached the door, he turned and saw Byakuya almost turning around the corner. He then went inside and saw his 4 companions sitting at a table eating. Ichigo. Chad said in surprise. Hey, I'm leaving. I'll be back. Don't worry about me, he said going out of the door. Wait. Where are you going? Tatsuki yelled, but he was already long gone. She was more at ease now knowing she wasn't going to actually be killed tomorrow, but just sitting in that place gave her the creeps. Why would you want to in a place that you were almost killed twice in? But she knew this was something she had to do. She was lying on the floor. It was late and she should have been trying to get some sleep, but her mind was racing. He came. Why did he come? How did he come? Where is he now? Does he remember anything? She shook her head and closed her eyes. There were too many questions that weren't going to be answered as quickly as they came. The moonlight came through the window, shining onto her on the floor. Even through her closed eyelids she could see the light shining into her. Suddenly, the light altered. She didn't think much of it, but thought it was the moon hiding behind the clouds, which disturbed the light from shining through the window. She slowly fluttered her eyes up and was greeted by something she didn't expect. A shadowy image was sitting on the window ledge blocking the light from flooding into the room. Rukia slowly sat up, leaning her weight on her elbows as she squinted to see who it was. The shadowy figure spoke as Rukia tried to identify it. I promise to meet you again someday, a man's voice projected towards her. Rukia's eyes widened. Her breathing seemed to stop. The voice pierced through her heart in a way that made one main emotion flood throughout her body. She was hesitant. I waited for that day to come. The figure stood up from the ledge and walked over to her, kneeling next to her as she was still leaning up on her elbows. The moonlight shined on his face now, revealing what she already knew. Amber met Violet once again in one of the most intense gazes they ever shared. They spoke together now, as if it had been rehearsed. And now that it came, I'll never let you go. Chapter 13, Your Guardian Angel. Rukia's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. He was actually there, in front of her with his hand now against her cheek. When I see your smile. Tears run down my face I can't replace. And now that I'm stronger I've figured out how this world turns cold and breaks through my soul. And I know I'll find deep inside me I can be the one. How did you, I don't understand, were the words she was able to utter out of her mouth before they were muffled by the contact of his lips against hers. He pulled her closer with one hand against her cheek, while the other was planted on her waist. She was still sitting on the floor as he was kneeling down next to her. I will never let you fall. I'll stand up with you forever. I'll be there for you through it all. Even if saving you sends me to heaven. The kiss broke with Ichigo finally speaking. I didn't want to let you stay here alone tonight, he said innocently, with amber eyes burning through her core. Ichigo, you can't be here. If someone sees you I don't know what dash, she was cut off by his pointer finger pressed gently against her lips. I don't care, he said simply. But they'll dash, she began again. Don't care. But dash. Every time I try to do something nice, you always tell me not to do it. Can you just be quiet and accept the fact that I'm not leaving, he said in a voice slightly irritated. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Seasons are changing. And waves are crashing. And stars are falling all for us. Days grow longer and nights grow shorter. I can show you I'll be the one. She sighed and looked down to the floor. Even when you didn't remember, you still came to save me, she said quietly. Of course, he said confidently. She looked up and stared into his eyes questionably. Why? He smirked, not his usual sarcastic smirk, but a gentler one. Because I ended up falling in love with you all over again. I will never let you fall. I'll stand up with you forever. I'll be there for you through it all. Even if saving you sends me to heaven. And with that said, she threw her arms around his neck and planted her lips on his. He in return, deepened the kiss as he leaned into her, making her lie down farther onto the floor. At this point, time stopped. Seconds felt like minutes, and minutes felt like hours. Her hands traveled up his chest and entangled with his hair, while his hands moved down her sides, feeling her every curve. "'Cause you're my true love, my whole heart. Please don't throw that away. 'Cause I'm here for you. Please don't walk away. Please tell me you'll stay." They were flesh against flesh now as their robes were dropped to the side. Nothing was going to be thought of at that moment, nothing except each other. They had no idea what their future held for them, but at that instant they were going to show each other exactly how they felt, for that was the only thing that mattered. They could feel each other's heart beat against their own body, soon allowing their hearts to beat as one. Each of their fingers lingered on the other's skin as they grazed their hands across every inch of each other's body. Passion and love was apparent. "Use me as you will. Pull my strings just for a thrill. And I know I'll be okay. Though my skies are turning gray." As he continued to shower her with passionate kisses, the scent of her hair consumed his brain. That lavender scent that always gave him shivers down his spine only increased his longing for her. He acted as if every breath he took was his last. His coarse finger pads traced her skin from her thighs up to her slender neck. Each slide of his digits sent an electric current all throughout her body. The nighttime chirps of crickets and the soft whistle of the breeze outside resembled nothing of the feelings they had within. They felt alive and ready to act. Needing to act as they continued to yearn for the other's touch. Nothing was going to stop them from reaching the peak of their desire. The crest they worked together to attain was something accomplished not through strain, but through the steady beating of their combined hearts. "I will never let you fall. I'll stand up with you forever. I'll be there for you through it all. Even if saving you sends me to heaven." They laid on the ground with Rukia's head on Ichigo's chest and her hand placed gently on his abdomen. He had his arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him. As they began to wake, a smile slowly draped over each of their faces. Rukia started to softly move her index finger over his muscular abdomen in circular motions with just enough force so that it wouldn't tickle him. He leaned up slightly and kissed the top of her head. "I love ya," he said softly into her hair. She smiled to herself as she continued to move her finger over his skin. "I know," she said with a giggle. He laughed. You know, he said, starting to tickle her sides, making her jump around frantically to avoid his torture. "No. Don't. Stop," she begged through her laughter. "Nah. Not until I hear what I want to hear," he said in return, continuing to tickle her. "You already know," she yelled, still in a fit of laughter. He suddenly stopped and held her still while he was leaning on top of her. He smirked. "But is it so wrong to like the sound of your voice when you say it?" He began to start to tickle her again, but she immediately yelled when she felt his touch continue to torment her. "I love you. Stop. Stop." He laughed, but continued to tickle her. "What? I can't hear you. You're laughing too much. I love you. I love you. I love you. Stop it. UJRK, she said, laughing to the point of tears. Laughing, he finally stopped. "No need to call me names now." She glared at him and slugged him in the arm. "Ah. Demon," he yelled, holding his arm. "I see you haven't lost that amazingly strong hit of yours. I still don't get how such a small person can deliver so much pain." She flew another punch at his other arm. "I'm glad you remember, but that just means you should know not to mess with my height." He frowned at her, now rubbing his other arm as he watched her start to put on her clothes. He quickly put on his briefs and began to walk over to her. "JRK, she said softly again, then feeling the warmth of his arms wrapping around her torso and pulling her back into his body. His warm breath floated into her ear as he spoke softly, "But you love this, JRK." She closed her eyes as it brought shivers down her spine. All she could do was simply say, "Yes." He began to kiss her neck from behind and she was getting lost in another world again. She turned her body around to face him and went straight for his lips. They were locked for some time, before she pushed away with her hands against his chest. You have to go. What if someone finds you here? Geez, I see how it is. Use me for the night and then you want to get rid of me? If that's how it is, I don't think I ever got my payment, he said with a cocky grin and holding his hand out for the fee. She glared and punched him in the arm again. You're such an idiot. What is up with you hitting me today? He asked, rubbing his arm again. She stood there staring at him with her arms crossed over her chest and her foot taping on the floor. He sighed, all right. I'll go, but it's not because I give a DMN. It's because you do. She smiled, thank you. He finished putting on his clothes as he talked. You're supposed to be executed today, he said using air quotes, so you won't have to stay in here much longer. She sighed and looked to the ground. He walked up to her and tilted her head up to look at him. I know how much you hate in here and all the memories it brings back, but just deal with it for a little longer. These DMN Shinigami should know what the hell they're doing, otherwise I'll go apeshit on their buttes. She chuckled, how romantic. You know it, he said before kissing her one last time. He walked to the window, don't worry. I'll get you out of here. And then he jumped. She ran to the window to look for him, but he was gone. She sighed and sat down against the wall, left to her own thoughts, which brought a smile to her face due to them being only of a certain orange-haired man, who had finally made her whole again. Yamamoto. So far everything is going according to plan. I just alerted Kurosaki using my Ryatsu, so I believe he'll be here a minute now. What is it that you wanted him for? Byakuya said, standing straight up in front of his higher-up. As I'm sure you've known for quite some time, Kuchiki, your sister and Kurosaki have been very close. I'm sure you know where I'm getting at, Captain Kuchiki. Byakuya gave a short nod. He furrowed his eyebrows. I hope you know how cruel that was to send her back there in order to get the attention of him, and now stripping her from that happiness again. He began to walk away shaking his head. It's the law. And we both know you can't have Rukia marry to someone of that standing. It will bring great dishonor to the Kuchiki name. Byakuya froze with his back to the older man. Honor. All my life I've been trying to keep this principle a definition of the Kuchiki family. I've risked so much to just hold this one thing as a title. I have even risked my sister's life for it. He turned his head to look back at the older man listening intently. But tell me, sir. If risking your family's life gives you honor, what exactly is honor? Because to me, it hardly seems worth having any more. He began to walk off again. She cannot be with him, Kuchiki, whether we agree with it or not. Yamamoto said, causing Kuchiki to stop and listen. Yamamoto continued, we can't have a Shinigami living a double life. And I know, whether you would admit it or not, you couldn't bear to see her stay in the living world. Not to mention excommunicating oneself is a crime in itself. Byakuya stood there again with his back to him. He heard every word clear as day, but decided to stay silent. There was nothing to say. So he continued to walk off without hearing another word from the older officer. He turned the corner, exiting the hall when Ichigo came using Shunpa. He halted once he saw Byakuya. Hey, Ichigo said casually, slightly out of breath. Byakuya gave him one of the most intense glares Ichigo had ever witnessed from him, or anyone for that matter. Most would take this look as a threat and more of an intimidation, like Ichigo did. But Byakuya's meaning behind it was different. It was sympathetic. Byakuya then began walking away again, without saying anything to the orange-haired man displaying a confused look on his face. He stopped, but without turning around said, go inside and talk to Yamamoto, and he continued his walk without another word. Ichigo shook his head lightly to get his attention off of the walking man who seemed to have something on his mind, but refused to speak it. He walked into the building towards the man who he was directed to see. Do you understand Rukia, he asked, putting a hand on her shoulder. Why is life so cruel? I just dash. She couldn't talk anymore. Her tears flowed freely down her face and she buried her face into her older brother's chest as you could hear her muffled sobs. Byakuya's eyebrows furrowed as he stroked the back of Rukia's head. I don't know. I just don't know. They sat there for many minutes until Byakuya spoke up. He couldn't delay it anymore. We have to get going now, he said, leaning away from Rukia. Her eyes were red from tears. We have to do our job now, he said, wiping away a stray tear. She nodded slightly as she took a big swallow. Byakuya made the gate and led her through. They were on their way to the living world to do their job, to save the lives of the innocent. He bowed slightly to the older man, feeling awkward not to. You wanted to see me, sir? Yes, I did, he said, not looking at Ichigo, but instead dealing with paperwork on his desk. He sat down his pen and folded his hands together over the papers he was writing on. I can see you're having trouble dealing with this strategy we've come up with, Kurosaki. Ichigo was completely bewildered. Why would you think that, sir? Due to the fact that you spent the evening outside of your designated residence, he said, staring into Ichigo's shocked eyes. Well, you see, Ichigo began, trying to find his excuse. Yamamoto cut him off. Leave Rukia Kuchiki be, Kurosaki. When we finish dealing with Aizen, you will be staying in the living world indefinitely, and Kuchiki will be staying here. Cut your ties now or have them be ripped later. The choice is yours. But keep in mind, later isn't in the too distant future. Ichigo smirked and began to laugh a little. Okay. So what did you really want me in here for, old man? The said old man raised an eyebrow to Ichigo's inquiry. Laughing at such a serious moment is not something I would recommend when in my presence, Kurosaki. Show some proper respect. Ichigo's face dropped. Excuse me, sir. I don't think I understand the situation right. That's evident, Kurosaki. My words were perfectly clear though. Perhaps you just need a moment to process them. Ichigo furrowed. He walked 2 steps closer to the older man and was now in no mood to show the proper respect that was supposed to be given. Wait. Hold on a second. Are you trying to tell me that I'm done as a Shinigami after Aizen is dead? Yamamoto nodded. Yes. And so is your connection with Soul Society. There will be no need for you after that point. Ichigo was standing in front of his desk now. He slammed his fist on it, causing the desk to shake, but the man sitting at it remained emotionless. Like hell, I'm gonna let the same thing happen twice. You can't just do this to people. You can't use them for your own dirty work and then throw them away like they're trash. Well, you don't really have a choice, now do you, Kurosaki? He said with his voice as calm as before. Like hell I don't. You don't, he said, finally raising his voice over Ichigo's, causing him to flinch slightly. The younger man stood back, taking his hand off the desk. His face fell from the anger that showed before, and was now struck with grief. He looked to the ground. Tell me then, he began with a soft voice, why? Do you want the whole truth? Ichigo looked up with surprised eyes. You'd actually tell me everything? Not some half-butted reasoning that you people would usually give. Yamamoto glared slightly at Ichigo's explanation of the Shinigami's usual behavior, but then he remained cold. 5 years ago the Shinigami left the living world, the older man began with Ichigo staring intensely. The reasoning we told you was that the hollows had been decreasing to the point where they barely came once a month. That was not entirely true. Urahara came up with a device that allowed Shinigami to move around undetected. They were stationed throughout Karakura town and took care of any hollows that appeared before you could even get a reading. During the past 5 years Shinigami have been executing hollows. You just didn't know it. Ichigo was listening to every word Yamamoto delivered, as if his life depended on it. Why would you do all that? We needed you to believe that the Shinigami were leaving because of the decline in hollows. Only a select few knew of this plan. The Shinigami that met with you and told you of their departure had no idea, aside from Urahara, Yoruchi and Hitsugaya. We only became aware of Aizen's reappearance a month before we sent a group of Shinigami to the living world. We knew you were the only one that had enough power to take him down. The goal of this group was to reawaken your power and jog your memory. The odd part was that your hollow side was awakened first, which caused some slight difficulty. We knew that the only person that could bring you back from your amnesia, if you will, was Rukia Kachiki. Byakuya Kachiki, Hitsugaya, Yoruchi and Urahara were the only ones to know the true goal. The others did not find out until the night Kachiki took you to exterminate a hollow. Ichigo's face told Yamamoto exactly what he was thinking, which was another why. It was quite obvious to everyone, besides the two of you, how strongly you felt about each other. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. This conversation took a strange turn in the eyes of Ichigo Kurosaki. Excuse me. We were well aware of this when you came to save Kachiki from her execution for transferring her powers to you. We knew nothing would evolve for some time though, so we took no immediate action because we needed your power to aid us. We might have waited too long, but it needed to be done. Why did it need to be done? Ichigo said with anger beginning in his voice. There were two reasons. First of all, it is a law. A Shinigami cannot be with a human in an NTMT way. They live in two separate worlds. A human cannot live in soul society and a Shinigami cannot live in the living world, for that in itself, is another law. Shinigami are bound by duty to protect the souls of the dearly departed. That is their purpose. To live in the living world would be going against the forces of nature. Yamamoto looked at Ichigo expecting a comment, but only found a blank stare. Ichigo held up his pointer finger, that was one reason. What's your other? He said irritated. Your feelings for each other were growing extremely strong. It got to the point where you would dismiss an entire mission in order to go after the other, a mission that was not supposed to be put on hold. What mission would that be? Ichigo asked with more irritation in his voice. Hueco Mundo. You could have continued to go straight for Aizen, but went to Kachiki. You could have saved several Shinigami's lives if you hadn't taken your mind off the mission. Ichigo was dumbfounded. Are you serious? He chuckled slightly in disbelief. I went to save one of your own comrades. One of your warriors that actually made a difference in that DMN war. You would have rather me go straight for the enemy and save a few Shinigami that probably wouldn't have made it much longer out there, had I gone for Aizen. Lower your voice, Kurosaki. No. You would have rather me left her to die. Kurosaki. I would have died if I went to face Aizen right away. I almost did die and that was after going to save her. Calm yourself. I didn't even bring Aizen down. She did. She came and saved me. She healed me and saved me. That's the person you wanted me to let die. That's the person who ended up ending that time of war. This was the kind of emotion we wanted to avoid by separating you two. Yamamoto yelled to interrupt Ichigo's rant. You have too much passion for each other. That kind of passion can end up getting us all killed. Someone as powerful as you cannot be easily distracted when the fate of the world is in your hands. I've had enough. Ichigo yelled, slamming his hands down on the desk with his eyes blazing into Yamamoto's. His voice died down as his eyes lost their fire and were replaced with a slight coat of water. Don't you see, he said weakly. I wouldn't be here, standing in front of you, if it weren't for her. I wouldn't be this strong if it wasn't for her stumbling into my room all those years ago. Your world and mine wouldn't be here now and neither would any of us, if it weren't for her. He leaned off the desk and took a step backwards. Anger was gone. All his face showed now was the begging of sympathy, everything I am now is because of her. His chest moved up and down as his breathing was heavy. If she is taken away from me again, there will be nothing left of me. He closed his eyes tightly to hold back a tear he knew was going to fall. He opened his eyes with his eyebrows furrowed. If I won't be allowed to be with her, then I won't help you. Yamamoto was surprised by the emotions he saw flood over the young man standing in front of him. You would refuse to save your hometown in order to prove a point? He asked in disbelief. Ichigo's stomach fell. He was stuck in a situation that would tear him apart with either choice he made. Let his family and friends die in order to prove a point and perhaps stay with Rukia, or save his home and let go of the only person he would ever love with his whole heart. Life was cruel. What makes you think I won't take Rukia and run once Aizen is dead? We'll find you, Kurosaki. And once we do, she will be executed. His heart flinched at those words. He closed his eyes and bowed his head towards the floor. It seemed inevitable. It was getting clearer now. He wouldn't be able to be with her. He could try to run, but how long would that last? How long could they really run? All it would end up doing is getting her killed. If he let her go, she would be alive and safe. He would rather let her go with all the memories he has now than with the new memory of her dying because he tried to prolong their time together. His heart was heavy. His mind was made. He knew what he needed to do. She would be safe, he knew that. You know what has to be done, Kurosaki. Ichigo swallowed. He finally lifted his head and opened his eyes. Yamamoto was shocked. He never expected him to look so fallen apart. He had ended this young man's life without meaning to. His eyes were so close to letting the dam that was constructed to break, yet if you really looked into his eyes behind the said dam, you would find a soul so hollow that the sound of soft raindrops would echo throughout. Aizen has been detected in Karakura town. Everyone has already been sent ahead to defend. Renji is waiting with a gate open for you to use. They're waiting for you to end this. All of this. Ichigo nodded in understanding. He turned around. He spoke with his back facing the older man. Soon it will all be over. Everything. Like dash, he hesitated. Like none of this ever existed. Any of it. And with that said and done, Ichigo shunpoed out of the building. Use me as you will. Pull my strings just for a thrill. And I know I'll be okay. Though my skies are turning gray. Chapter 14, Pieces. We're here, Renji said, walking through the gate with Ichigo behind him. They were right in the middle of a street. The scenery was wrecked. It was obvious fighting had taken place. They could hear the cries of both Hollows and Shinigami in the distance, along with clanking of Zanpakuto as they collided in the fight for their lives. We're here all right. Tonight's the night this ends, Ichigo said, staring into the distance. We've got this. There's no way we're losing, Renji said in determination. There isn't. Ichigo questioned without turning to look at the redhead. Of course there's not. They've been able to escape at the last moment way too many times. Tonight they won't be able to. You know what, Renji? Ichigo began in the same soft careless voice he had been talking in. Maybe that's because we were never supposed to win. Maybe we never could finish them off because fate decided long ago that we would lose. Maybe we're walking directly into our graves tonight, he said with no emotion found in his voice as he continued to stare into the distance. How the F can you say that? Renji stared incredulously at him from behind. We've been fighting for so long. Fighting to save human lives, soul lives, our lives. We've finally made it to the deciding fight and you're bowing down in defeat. He walked up to him and pulled him around and grabbed his robe around his chest to grab his attention. Ichigo continued to avoid eye contact as his head was turned to look in the distance still. Renji continued, we can't afford for you to give up. You're the only one that can match Aizen's power. You need to focus. You can do this. Ichigo snapped his head forward and looked at Renji with furrowed eyes. His voice now showing emotion when he spoke. Can I, Renji? Can I do this? What if I'm not strong enough? Then what happens? Renji let go of his shirt and took a step back. He spoke more calm now, we have to try. You have to try. Ichigo went back to his emotionless tone and turned to look in the distance again. And if I try and fail, what happens then? Renji looked at the man in front of him. He never saw Ichigo so hopeless out of all the time he had spent with him. To see someone so optimistic and think he could do anything, turn into someone as empty as the man that stood before him now brought a great discomfort. His confident attitude was being broken down by his companion. He couldn't bear to see this Ichigo. He wanted the old one back. But something inside him told him the old Ichigo was long gone. And he wasn't coming back. He finally responded to his question. Then we know we did everything we could. We can't just stand here and accept something we're not sure of. If we're going down, then we're going down fighting for everything we believe in. He paused, but continued. That's what you've taught me, Ichigo, he said sternly. Ichigo slowing turned his head to look at what he seemed to forget was a friend. Not an enemy. Not a stranger. But someone that is there for him when he needs them. He let a small smile form on his face showing gratitude. He looked down towards the asphalt. But what if everything I believe in has been already taken away from me? He looked back up at Renji. Renji was taken back. The look in Ichigo's eyes showed him a weakness he had never seen in the rebellious orange-headed man. He still had that small smile on his face though. Renji was speechless. He didn't know how to respond to his question to his attitude. Ichigo spoke again, if it's taken away, what is there to fight for anymore? If I fight and win, am I really winning when I can't have the only thing in this entire universe that I want? Renji was still speechless. He opened his mouth to say some sort of comforting words, but could find none. Ichigo ignored Renji's attempt to speak, turned to look at a large amount of spiritual energy released in the distance and then continued. If I fight and lose, to me it's like winning. I get nothing in return. Ichigo, Renji said trying to intervene. Win or lose, Ichigo stated and then looked back to Renji, I'm dead either way. There was a moment of silence between them before Ichigo spoke again. Don't worry Renji. I'll fight. I'll fight to save your life and everyone else's, he said beginning to walk away. He then stopped with his back facing Renji. It's too late for me. Ichigo, Renji began hesitantly. I'm sorry man. There was nothing else he could say to him, nothing else that could even come close to giving him his life back. Yeah, me too. And with that said, Ichigo shunpoed into the town. By the time he got to the center of town, every way he looked he saw Shinigami fighting either hollows or Arankar. There was still no sign for Aizen yet. He ran through the streets easily taking out some hollows without stopping. The weaker Shinigami that were fighting saw Ichigo come and immediately gained hope. Everything rested in his hands. They believed in him. Just by the mere sight of him they were given the adrenaline to keep fighting. If only there was something in this world that could give him that same feeling. There was, but he couldn't have it. How are you doing over there, Rukia? Momo yelled as she cut a hollow in half. I'm fine. Urahara's antidote for my spiritual energy being drained in the Shrine of Penitence is working great, she said slicing through a hollow. I didn't mean that, she said walking closer to her as another hollow attacked. A hollow lunged toward Rukia, but she simply sidestepped and eradicated it. Rukia simply looked at her in the eyes and walked toward the next hollow she saw. I'm fine. Momo jogged to catch up to her. Come on Rukia, you're not fooling anyone. I said I'm fine, Momo, she said sternly marching to her target with the full intention to kill. You don't have to be like this, she said stabbing a hollow that ran up in the stomach. Come on Ru dash, she began to say, walking behind her. Rukia jumped and decapitated the hollow, landed on her feet and swirled around, interrupting Momo's sentence. How do you want me to be like then? She yelled at her friend. I'm not saying dash, Momo began to try and defend herself. No. It's either I shut myself down from everything I'm feeling and help fight, or I let everything out and become as worthless as I feel inside. She took a deep breath and walked over to her friend. She put a hand on her shoulder and said softly, "Please Momo, just let me be." She jogged away to where Shuhei, Ranjaku and Byakuya were seen fighting in the distance. Byakuya was taking on 5 hollows at once, as they all surrounded him. With one word he was able to take them all out. Scatter. He turned around only to see a hollow in midair soaring at him. His Zanpakuto wasn't completely reformed, so he wasn't prepared for another attack. Somewhat frozen in what to do, Rukia jumped and interfered in the hollow's leap. She landed in front of her brother, who stared at her in shock. Her eyes locked with his and he let a small smile form on his face as he gave her a slight nod. Her face remained cold and she gave him a nod back as she took off towards another hollow. Byakuya watched her determined march to the nearest hollow. By the reaction he received from her and the look in her eyes, he knew she was gone. That wasn't his sister fighting beside him. That was an aloof soul that pushed on with nothing more than the empty crater of where a beating heart used to be. For her, nothing was personal anymore. It was just business. "Hey! Byakuya," a voice yelled from atop a small building, catching everyone's attention. The owner of the voice jumped down, landing 5 feet away from the said Kachiki. "Let's play," Jin said with his maniacal smile. Their battle began. Many had to stay clear, knowing that this fight was going to be dangerous. She watched as her brother seemed to be in control of the fight. She then turned to see Tushira taking on Tosen, while Ranjaku and Shuhei were going up against Ulquiorra. She looked around. Everything reeked of disaster. There were dead Shinigami everywhere. This was truly a war for survival. The sight of this would have probably caused her to feel a bit queasy, but now she didn't. She couldn't feel anything anymore. She stood and watched as battles took place all around her. She watched as a hollow collided with a parked car, which then collided with another car. This soon brought an explosion, followed by a fire spreading. There was nothing left that said anything but ruin. She found it ironic how looking at the scenery laid out before her showed what the turmoil inside her must look like if it were to be displayed. It wasn't any surprise to her, for that visual was now her perspective on life. Flashback. They were lying on the floor, holding each other during the time Ichigo came and spent the night with Rukia in the Shrine of Penitence. She was lying on her back, while Ichigo lied on his stomach, with his chin resting on Rukia's stomach. They lied there in silence for some time, until Rukia began to fidget and laughed quietly. "What?" Ichigo said, smiling curiously. "Your breathing is tickling me," he said, feeling another exhale on her bare stomach. He laughed. "Sorry," he said, turning his head to the side so that he was facing her now, with his ear up against her stomach. "So, Ichigo," she paused. "How is this going to work?" He answered nonchalantly as their hands seemed to have found each other. They interlocked their fingers and then just began to play with each other's hand as they talked. "They'll probably position you back in Karakura town now that this whole Aizen thing is going to be over soon. I mean, that's why you left the first time, so the spiritual energy would go down." She sighed. "Yeah, I guess. At least I hope," she said softly. "Hey," he said, grabbing her hand a little more firmly and shaking it to get her attention. "We'll make this work." He smiled, looking straight into her eyes. "I swear I'll make this work." She smiled slightly. "There you go again, taking this on like it's a mission or something." "Well, it is a mission," he said, lifting his head off her stomach and crawling up to her face. "A mission to conquer your heart," he said, smiling as he pecked her on the lips. She laughed. "Wow, that was so corny." He laughed again, kissing her on her right cheek. "Corny?" He then kissed her left cheek. "I know you thought it was secretary." He then kissed her forehead. "I thought it was cute," she paused, "but mostly corny." She laughed. "Cute?" he asked. "That doesn't really give me that manly feeling I was looking for," he said, smirking at her before kissing her neck. She laughed. better luck next time, she said as he continued to kiss her neck. I'll show you, next time, he said, pulling her into a passionate kiss that lasted for quite some time. Now that was Cece, he said out loud, resting his forehead against hers, closing his eyes. She closed her eyes as well, allowing a goofy smile to form across her face. Her smile then faded as her thoughts became corrupted. My brother, she said out loud. What? Ichigo said, leaning back off her forehead. Now is really not the time to be thinking about him, Rukia, he said, surprised. She huffed, no. How are we going to deal with him? Or the rest of Soul Society, for that matter? We'd be breaking the law. Her voice was getting louder. If we tried to run, they'd come after us and eventually find us and then dash. Rukia, he said softly, placing both his hands on each side of her face, grabbing her complete attention. Forget about that now, he said as his thumbs moved back and forth across her smooth, pale cheeks. I can't help it. I don't want anything to happen to you. We've already risked so much for you being here now. Maybe you should she said, starting to slide out from his hover body. He grabbed her arm and gently pulled her back down, putting his hands back on the sides of her face. Right now, just stay with me. Even if it's for only a moment. 'Cause to me, a moment with you will last for a lifetime. Her face relaxed from his delicate words, and all she did was nod as a soft smile showed itself across her lips. He then bent down and placed his lips on hers. End flashback. The happy memory of something that had only just occurred last night seemed to be only dream, something she made up to escape a life of misery and discontent. How could anything so blissful exist when living in a place like this? Then, like it was on cue, something caught the attention of her cold violet eyes. What came running through the flames about 20 feet in front of her was something she wished she hadn't seen. He stood there, mirroring her facial expression with Zangetsu gripped tightly in his hand. Their eyes locked, thawing away the icy shield that cut them off from the rest of the world. Their breathing grew heavy. From the moment that we met, my world was turned around, upside down. To some degree I still regret my memory for keeping you around. Girl, I thought that you were mine. But my broken heart's been shattered. One too many times. Should I go to her? This could be my last chance to see her, touch her, breathe her in, the man thought, unconsciously gripping his Zanpakuto tighter as he debated what to do. If I go to him now, I won't be able to let him go, she thought as the wind blew her raven hair off her shoulders and her Zanpakuto's ribbon trailed in the breeze. Should I make a move towards her? I would give anything to hold her body tightly against mine one last time. But would that make this harder than it already is? He questioned as his orange locks danced in the wind. If I could only feel safe in his arms once again, I would give up everything I've ever known just to feel his warm presence around me, she thought as her hand slowly formed a fist. She slammed her eyes shut for a second and then opened them again. Her eyes begging him, please, don't come. And I don't want to see you anymore. I'm just not that strong. I love it when you're here. But I'm better when you're gone. I'm certain that I've given and know how you can take. There's no use in you looking. There's nothing left for you to break. Baby, please release me. Let my heart rest in pieces, in pieces. He took a step forward as his heart was reaching out to hers. She wasn't moving, so he was hesitant on what to do. He took another step forward and saw her small form stiffen in the distance. He froze. Oh God, please Ichigo. I won't be able to take it. I'm falling apart just by looking at you, she thought, holding on to her emotions as the fire raged all around them. Trees were beginning to burn as the flames danced from the trunks to the branches, where it engulfed the leaves. Someone let you down again. So you turn to me, your convenient friend. Oh, but I know what you're doing. And what you hope to find. I've seen 1,000 times. All the fire we had before are now just bitter ashes, left scattered on the floor. He tried his best to see her expression. The surrounding flames shadowed her face, making her unreadable. He took another step forward and was surprised to see her take one step back. He stopped moving. She doesn't want me to come, he thought, causing his heart to fall into the hole it had been lost in until his eyes caught her just now. His eyebrows furrowed, his head bent down, and he slammed his eyes closed. She swallowed hard, trying to suppress her wanting to break down. She knew that her action was clear and he now understood. "I'm sorry," she said softly, even though knowing he wouldn't be able to hear. "And I don't want to see you anymore. I'm just not that strong. I love it when you're here. But I'm better when you're gone. I'm certain that I've given and know how you can take. There's no use in you looking. There's nothing left for you to break. Baby, please release me. Let my heart rest in pieces." As if he had heard her words, he looked up at her figure with distressed eyes. "If this is how you want it to be, Rukia, then so be it," he thought, staring at her petite figure ahead of him. "It's easier this way," she thought, convincing herself. A flaming branch suddenly fell in between the two. The flames spread from the branch onto the debris surrounding it. The view they had of each other was becoming smaller and smaller as the fire between them grew, dividing them more and more. Ichigo could only see the slightest bit of her now. He swallowed and forced the words softly out of his mouth. "I love you," he said hesitantly. He paused before saying the two words he never wanted to say, "Goodbye, Rukia." Now the fire was too wild for them to see each other. Ichigo swallowed hard and then shunpoed away. "I don't want to see you anymore. I'm just not that strong. I love it when you're here, babe. But I'm better when you're gone. I'm certain that I've given and know how you can take. There's no use in you looking. There's nothing left for you to break. Baby, please release me. We both know that you don't need me. Let my heart rest in pieces, in pieces. Let it rest. That's the last time I'll see him. Soon this will all be over. My life in the living world will be over. My life with everyone in it will be over," she thought, not taking her eyes off the now raging fire in front of her. "To just be standing around watching the fire in the middle of a war is just asking for something," a voice said, causing Rukia to become alert and turn around. "Nice to see you again," he said, grinning. Rukia's mouth dropped. "How is this possible? I killed you," she asked, dumbfounded. She was staring into the eyes of what anyone else would believe to be Kaien, but she knew it all too well. It chuckled, "You should have checked to see if I was really dead." "Oh, that's right. You were practically dead yourself, so you couldn't have done that." She held out her Zanpakuto. "I know you're not Kaien, so why don't you just go into your normal form? That may be true that you don't believe that, but it also may not be. It wouldn't hurt to see if you speak the truth. Plus, it feels more personal this way. I like it like that." Her face showed total despise towards him. "I won't go down so easily this time," she said harshly. Kaien smirked. "Good, because from what I just saw take place, he won't be coming to save you this time." His words hit her like a brick. He was right. If something happened, he wouldn't come for her this time. She basically told him not to. She then gripped her Zanpakuto tighter. "I won't need him to save me this time." She then lunged at him as he blocked with his trident. He was smirking at the rage she was letting flow into their battle. He chuckled while he was still blocking her Zanpakuto. They were still in a close proximity. "I'm going to enjoy this." She pushed away slightly to break the contact. She processed what he had said. He was going to enjoy this, she thought, repeating him. And for the first time, all she wanted to do was fight. She wanted to deliver pain to someone else and watch them suffer, like everyone around her was doing to her. She craved for that feeling of payback. But the opportunity hadn't presented itself, until now. She gripped Sodi no Shirayuki firmly in both hands, finally replying to his comment. "Not as much as I will," and then she leaped in the air, planning an aerial attack. Sheet, he said softly as he tried to run with his throat clogged up. He couldn't swallow. He tried shaking his head back and forth, but nothing could erase the one thing that remains the same. He said his final goodbye to her. The hard part is, he regretted it. It wasn't what he wanted. It was what she wanted. He knew it was the right thing to do, but had he had another second, had she not stepped away, he would have gone to her. He continued to run as he felt his life crumbling down before. The whole town symbolized the way he would see the rest of his life. Everything was in flames. Windows were heard shattering as the buildings themselves were crashing down. But the most sickening part was the screaming. There were indeed still humans in the city. As he ran past each building he heard the same sound, the same tortured sound that wouldn't cease. He grimaced at the shouts for help. He couldn't do anything. By the time he found them, it would have been too late. And if he did find them in time, could they even survive with the amount of hollows and Aaronkar out there waiting for them? So many lives are being taken, and for what purpose? For power? For revenge? No matter what way you look at it, it's madness. Killing so many innocent lives and without even batting an eyelash over it, qualifies that person to die in the same fashion, Ichigo thought with only the feeling of hatred left in his body. He felt as if the spiritual pressure around him was getting stronger the more he ran in the same direction. He ran, cutting hollows into pieces as he passed, until he reached a point where the pressure was so strong, it felt like whatever was dispensing it was right on top of him. He stopped, but once he stopped, it was gone. He felt nothing. What the hell, he said softly, confused. Then, the ground around him shook as it felt like a plane had crashed behind him. He slowly turned around with wide eyes from this unexpected encounter. He froze from the sight of his company. It can't be. Chapter 15, This is Your Life. Captain. Ulquiorra escaped. I couldn't overpower him. What about my other orders? He asked firmly, ignoring what she had said. Anyone of Squad 4 is too busy to come right now. There's so many in need of healing, Ranjaku said running up to Tushuru. There's not one free member, he asked in surprise and urgency. Well, sir. There are some, but they are totally wiped out of their energy, she said sadly. He went quiet and turned around, walking slowly to bench, which seemed to be well hidden from the obvious battle going on. Captain, who is in need of healing? She asked in dismay. He froze, but didn't turn around. Momo, he said softly, and then continued walking to the bench. Ranjaku's eyes grew. She then ran over and saw him bend down next to the bench, brushing her hair out of her face. Momo, she said softly looking at the helpless woman in front of her. The injured woman was seen breathing heavily. Her face was covered in sweat. Blood was seeping through her clothes around the side of her lower stomach and her chest. What happened? Ranjaku asked, moving out of her shock and into a devastated state. Tushuru was still kneeling down next to her, but his head was bent more to the ground now. He paused and then began again. I was fighting Tosen when Shuhei came to help. I found myself surrounded by hollows while Shuhei took Tosen head on. So I figured he could handle him while I got myself out of that mess. Flashback. Tushuru was taking on all the hollows that seemed to group up on him all at once. To him it felt like they wouldn't stop coming. Shiro, he heard, causing him to turn to the voice that called for him. She ran up with her Zanpakuto ready in hand. Momo. I can handle this, he said, continuing to take on hollows that attacked. She was now right next to him, fighting with all her might. I'm helping you. I'm not just going to leave you when you're in a situation like this. She stabbed straight through one's abdomen and then swirled around to slice one completely in half through the chest. Tushuru ran up a hollow and jumped off it, killing a hollow by slicing it down the center and then spinning to stab the hollow he ran up in the head. I don't want to risk something happening to you. I don't want to get you involved in this. You don't have to. I'm getting myself involved, she said, sidestepping a hollow and then slicing it to pieces. He huffed, and then turned to see a hollow jumping towards him in midair. His eyes grew, but he simply ducked and threw his zanpakuto into the air, causing the hollow to collide with that instead of him. Shiro! Momo yelled, causing him to swirl around in what seemed like slow motion. In front him was Momo. She wasn't standing on her own free will, but the zanpakuto that was going straight through her chest kept her from falling to the ground. She had apparently jumped in the way of an attack that was meant for him. His mouth went dry and his chest caved in. Momo," he said, processing what his eyes were showing him. Finally he had registered. "Momo," he yelled, running to her as the zanpakuto was ripped out of her. She began to fall to the ground when Tosen went to give her a final swing. Tushuru saw this and moved faster than he could have ever moved before. When he was within reach of her, she was falling to the ground and Tosen's blade was inches from slicing her in half. He wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her back. It wasn't quick enough as Tosen had sliced the side of her stomach, but the attack was mainly evaded. Tushuru had her in his arms now, holding her against his body as he looked back at the ex-Shinigami. He saw Shuhei raise his zanpakuto behind him, his face bloody and his right arm looking unusable. Right when he was about to strike, Tosen turned around and blocked effortlessly. Then, many Shinigami came out of the woodwork and were beginning to charge for the traitor. The said traitor saw this and quickly swung his zanpakuto, causing Shuhei to block, and then Tosen reached with his other arm and pushed him to the ground. He then looked over at Tushura glaring at him and then shunpoed away. End flashback. "She jumped in the way of a hit that was meant for me," he yelled in after explaining what had happened. "I'm supposed to be lying here on this bench." "Not her," he was breaking down now. "Not you," he said more directly to the woman lying down as his voice became weak. He grabbed her hand and held it, bending his head down so that her hand was against his face. He had his eyes closed to stop the tears from welling up. "I won't let you die," he said harshly with determination. He picked his head up and placed her hand back on the bench. He then stood up and turned to Ranjaku, who was crying as she looked at her motionless friend. "Ranjaku," he said softly but confidently. "Why yes, Captain," she said, swallowing and a tear sliding down her face. He looked back down at the suffering woman. "I'm getting help." He looked back up at Ranjaku. "I'm not ready to give up yet." He looked back down at Momo. She put on a stern face and nodded. "What are my orders?" He gave her a pitiful look, and for the first time she could see what he was truly feeling. "Please watch Momo for me," he asked, his blue eyes shining brightly in the fiery night. She gave a sad smile. "Of course." He nodded and took off. "Ah, you have gotten stronger," he said, continuing to smile as he blocked every one of her lunging attacks. She continued to attack him, driving him back farther and farther. There wasn't any skill in her attacks. She was fighting using pure rage. He laughed as she wouldn't let up. "Though you seem to have lost any strategy you once had. Do you really expect to win by just doing this?" "Shut up," she yelled, continuing to attack. He finally seemed to have enough of it and pushed her back about 10 feet with a forceful block. She regained her balance and stood there breathing heavily. "I'm curious, what has gotten you so worked up?" he asked, wearing a smile as he swirled his trident in a circle like a baton. "Go to hell," she said through gritted teeth before charging for him again. He blocked her again. "Ah, wanna talk about it? Bstrd. Shut the hell up," she yelled, before screaming, "Dance." The ice came up from the ground, attempting to engulf her opponent within it. He jumped out of the way, but the ice continued to come. He continued to dodge it until finally it hit him. He was frozen inside now. She stared at the frozen block with a livid face. Then, suddenly, she heard scratching. She squinted, watching it curiously. Then the ice shattered. He was seen spinning his trident in a circle, like he usually did. "Well, now. Someone decided to shake things up a bit," he said, glaring with an amused face. He began to walk towards her slowly. "Did I hit a nerve?" She gave him a look that could kill. You pretend to be Kaien, yet you act nothing like him. You could never come close to being him. He sneered, I fooled you once, didn't I? But don't give me that, fool me once, shame on you, bullshit. She raised an eyebrow. Well, I wasn't really thinking that, but thanks, you have a point. He chuckled. Why is it that you hold him on such a pedestal? He asked, pacing back and forth in front of her, but still alert. You don't deserve that answer, she said, getting irritated by his small talk. Are the feelings you have for him the same as the feelings you have for the man with the bright hair? He asked with an interested smirk. His question surprised her, but as fast as her eyes went wide, they went back into a glare. No. I don't feel anything anymore, she said, and then charged. It can't be. Ichigo said, continuing to stare in front of him. Grand Fisher. The past enemy smirked. You remembered? How could I forget such an ugly piece of shit? Ichigo said, seething in anger from the past. The Arrancar chuckled arrogantly. Good, because we never got to finish our confrontation from long ago. Ichigo continued to deliver a glare. No, we didn't, he said, gripping Zangetsu tighter. This time Daddy can't help you, Grand Fisher replied, getting ready to fight. Ichigo squinted. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I'm going to personally make sure to take care of you myself. He never told you, he chuckled. I went looking for you some years ago and ended up coming across the wrong Kurosaki. This time, there will be no mistake, he said, smirking. No, there won't be. This time, I will get revenge for my mother, Ichigo said, determined. He lunged in the air at Grand Fisher, and just like that, Grand Fisher brought out his Zanpakuto and blocked. They continued to push against the other with their Zanpakuto, knowing the same thing. This fight was going to be to the death. There was no way it was going to be left unfinished this time. No one was going to escape. There would only be one walking away from this battle, and they both were going to put everything they had into it to make sure it was them that would be staring at the corpse of their opponent. They broke apart and just stared at the other, trying to read their next move. Ichigo's mind flashed back to the day at his mother's grave 7 years ago. The day he fought his mother's murderer with all his might, but still wasn't good enough. That same day he almost lost his sisters and himself to that same murderer. That same day he told Rukia to not interfere and that it was his fight. Yeah, his fight ended with him bloody and collapsing on Rukia. He frowned at the memory. Grand Fisher held out his Zanpakuto towards Ichigo. It's your move. Ichigo continued to stare at him, thinking about all the pain this one creature had caused him and his family, how his entire life changed just by the simple encounter with this beast 13 years ago. He finally shook his mind from his thoughts and shunpoed to the right of Grand Fisher, aiming Zangetsu at his heart, but was swiftly blocked. The Arrancar then swatted Zangetsu away and swung at Ichigo's face, which grazed his cheek as Ichigo was too slow to completely dodge it. He had a horizontal gash along his cheek, right below his left eye now, and blood slowly slipped out. Grand Fisher took advantage of the time he had when Ichigo was recovering from his lost balance of his slow dodge. He moved so that he was now behind Ichigo and swung his Zanpakuto so that it sliced along Ichigo's back. It hit him in surprise and his body was going through a shock from the pain along his back. He turned to see his opponent standing still, leaning against his Zanpakuto that was placed slightly into the ground. I can't help but notice how oblivious you are in this fight. I heard you were a lot stronger than this, Kurosaki. The Arrancar smiled sarcastically. Ichigo's fire on his back pushed through his body so that it was now seen in his eyes. His mind was way too distracted. He kept thinking of the past and wasn't focusing on the present. He needed to focus, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get his revenge. He wouldn't even be able to walk away from this fight if he didn't focus now. Ichigo's glare turned into a blue glow, which then grew to surround his entire body. He lifted his Zanpakuto so that it stretched out straight in front of him. It was time to get serious. Bankai, he yelled, letting even more of the spiritual pressure within him release. Grand Fisher stood there, fear growing within him as he started to pull up his Zanpakuto, readying to defend. Ichigo was too fast for him now. He ran and was behind Grand Fisher within a blink of his eyes. He swung swiftly and quickly cut off his left arm around his bicep. Grand Fisher let out a yelp, while Ichigo then ran so that he was in front of him again and swung directly at him. Grand Fisher threw up his only arm left that still had his Zanpakuto gripped tightly in his grasp. He blocked just in time, but was hissing with pain. He had to admit, the force Ichigo attacked him with was incredible. Their faces were inches away as their blades continued to clash. The Arrancar noticed the cut on Ichigo's cheek barely existed to the owner. Blood was sliding down his cheek, but it didn't receive one reaction from his opponent. And neither did the huge gash created on his back just moments ago. Tonight you die, Grand Fisher. I'll tear each of your limbs off one by one so you can feel the pain you've caused my family all these years. And then I'll end you once and for all, he said in a dangerous voice that left no trace of exaggeration. Grand Fisher was not quite frightened. He could feel the power that flowed throughout the man in front of him, and he was now at a disadvantage. He was missing an arm. He needed to act now and fast. So he decided to make an offensive move. He charged at Ichigo, swinging his Zanpakuto left and right as Ichigo continued to move backwards while dodging every one of his attempts of a hit. Finally, Ichigo shunpoed so that he was behind Grand Fisher again. The Arrancar then turned around quickly and blocked his attack just in time. Ichigo continued to stare into his eyes, seeing the struggle to hold Ichigo's Zanpakuto back from hitting him. Ichigo continued to stare for a few more seconds before putting his entire strength against his opponent. This caused him to knock Grand Fisher's Zanpakuto out of his hands, and then Ichigo went and swept Zangetsu so that he took off his opponent's right leg. Grand Fisher lost his balance and fell to the ground, with his left leg and right arm holding him up so that he wouldn't be flat on the ground on his stomach. He was breathing heavily and felt the pain coursing through him. Ichigo continued to stare down at him with an emotional face now. He saw his enemy push up off the ground, trying to keep balance and begin to try to stand, but Ichigo wouldn't have this. He simply swung and took off his other leg around the knee. The blood spread all over the ground from his severed body. Grand Fisher then fell backwards on his back this time. His face was scrunched up and his right hand was gripping the ground for strength. He began to sit up and Ichigo was standing over him now. He quickly chopped his blade down so that it took his remaining arm off, right above the elbow. He screamed in pain again. After Ichigo stood over him for minutes watching the murderer breathe for air through his cries of pain, the expression on Grand Fisher's face changed. He slowly began to grin and his eyes opened, staring up at Ichigo's bewildered face. You do know, boy, he paused but then continued, that killing me won't bring your mother back. She's long gone, but I believe I can actually taste her right now. He laughed as he liked his lips. Ichigo then plunged his Zanpakuto straight through Grand Fisher's chest. I know it won't bring her back. But it sure as hell will make me feel better, Ichigo said through gritted teeth as he saw the breathtaking face of his opponent stare back at him. Grand Fisher swallowed as the blade was still within him. He then smirked slightly and glared at the man in front of him. That's, he grunted, pretty selfish of ya, boy. Ichigo pulled out his Zanpakuto and gripped it with both hands. He looked back into his eyes one more time, so is killing my mother. Ichigo then swung Zangetsu so that he decapitated the Arrancar that haunted his dreams for countless nights. He watched the body lie limp on the ground as the head slowly rolled over a few feet away. He felt the emotions he had all those years ago, as if his mother had just died again. He felt a sob coming from within him, but he began to breathe heavily so he could keep it down. He then turned around and began to walk. It was a slow pace. He was absorbing what had just happened. The pain on his back was acting up now and he hissed as he walked. He then replayed what had happened to him 7 years ago, and then the events of tonight. I finally did it, he said softly through a slight sob that turned into a slight chuckle. He stopped and looked to the sky, hoping that wherever his mother was right now, she was happy. He smiled to the sky, and then looked back to the hell in front of him. His face was now determined. It's time to end this, he said before shunpoing away. Ishida, stay still. Your arm isn't completely healed yet. Orihime said, trying to pull him back to finish her job. It's good enough, Orihime. There are others that need your abilities more than me, he said, beginning to pull away again and walk away. She then grabbed his hand, catching his attention and causing him to turn around to her. Concern was written all over her face. He walked back to her and held her hand back in his, while placing his other hand on her cheek. I'll be fine, Orihime. Don't worry. I have to get back out there now. He paused as she continued to look into his eyes. And you have to go be Superwoman and go save others' lives, he said kindly with a smile. She smiled understandingly, and turned out of his grasp and started to walk away. Marry me, he said confidently, causing her to stop in mid-step. She froze. She then turned and looked back at him over her shoulder in shock. Her mouth was ajar as she kept staring back at him. He continued to smile at her, although you couldn't see the anticipation he was feeling for her to answer. Her mouth then slowly formed into a smile as she sprinted back to him, throwing her arms around his neck and slamming her lips into his. He was left unbalanced from the impact of her collision. He pulled his head away. Is that a yes? He asked curiously with a smile. She giggled in his arms. I'd love to marry you, Yuryu Ishida. He smiled and claimed her lips again. After a moment they parted and he placed his forehead against hers. I have to go now, he said softly. He felt her head nod slowly against his. He pulled away and began to walk backwards slowly, while smiling at her. You better come back to me, Yuryu, she said with a smile, but was dead serious. He continued to walk backwards. Hey, you called me Yuryu. You always call me Ishida. He said, interested. Well, I can't keep calling you that when I'm soon going to be Orihime Ishida, she said perkily. He smiled widely. I guess you're right. Don't worry. Nothing will stop me from coming back to you. She smiled and nodded, seeing him turn around and sprint into the distance where Tatsuki and Chad were seen tearing apart hollows left and right. Orihime blew out some air and turned around. She spotted a few Shinigami in the distance on the ground as some others were around them, defending their injured friends from hollows. She became determined and ran to aid them. Kaien hissed in pain. Rukia had managed to work her way around a block of his and cause a major gash on his left arm. It was nothing big, but it was the first hit that she got on him. He gritted his teeth, holding his arm. He took his hand off his arm and saw the blood soaking his shirt and covering his hand. He smirked and then looked up at the woman still looking dead to the world as she stared at him with her Zanpakuto ready. It looks like I have to start playing serious, he said, striding closer to her with his trident held up so it could lean back on his shoulder. You were never supposed to not play serious, she said, steadying Sodi no Shirayuki. I guess you're right. I'll have plenty of fun later anyway, he said, lunging at her. She blocked and pushed him away, sheathing her Zanpakuto quickly and throwing her hands up to use her Kido, abolishing flames. The spell hit him slightly, due to his dodge of turning to the side, causing it to hit him along his chest. He hissed, but didn't waste time and ran towards her, ready to ram his trident straight through her. She yanked out Sodi no Shirayuki and prevented his plan from occurring just in time, but he quickly reacted and forced her blade out of the way. He then took his chance and tried to stab her through the stomach yet again. She pivoted to the side to avoid the move, but the trident's throng still managed to hit her, going straight into her stomach. She screamed out in pain, while the Arrancar swiftly took out his Zanpakuto. She bent over weakly and held her stomach, but still kept her Zanpakuto up in front of her, ready to block if he decided to make a move. She was breathing heavily as she felt her blood soak through her clothes. He stood there with his trident in front of him, like Rukia with her Zanpakuto. He was investigating his chest from her Kido attack and found it was quite singed. What she tried to speak through the throbbing pain. What did you mean? You would have plenty of fun later, she said weakly, but confidently. He looked up from his body, which he found to be quite bloody from his chest and arm. He smirked, even though he was in a great deal of pain too. Once I devour you, Rukia, I'll use your form to take advantage of your little orange-head friend. Her eyes went wide. Her chest ballooned up. She wasn't about to let that happen. She wouldn't allow her failure to be used to bring down Ichigo. You son of a bitch, she yelled, forgetting her abdomen and charging toward him. He was being pushed backwards now, but was fumbling to stay balanced. She was coming at him with greater force than before, and he was pretty surprised to see such a great increase in such a short period of time. Her speed was excellent now as well. He finally got a grip of himself and swung with all his might, causing her Sodi no Shirayuki to go flying. She then jumped backwards, predicting he would try to stab her again, which she was correct about. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she sprinted toward her blade. Little did she know, the Arankar threw his Zanpakuto like a javelin towards Rukia. Luckily, she decided to dive for her Zanpakuto, landing right next to it. She gripped it and turned over on her back only to see the trident flying directly towards her face. She quickly rolled over and the Arankar's Zanpakuto landed an inch away from her head, and was now stuck in the ground. Kaien was now in front of her, about to jump forward for his trident, but Rukia had other plans. She leaned up off the ground slightly and held up Sodi no Shirayuki and spoke very clearly in a determined voice, "Third dance." And just like that, her blade pierced straight through the Arankar's stomach, causing him to turn white, until his body shattered into pieces. The battle was over and the world suddenly felt a slight at ease. Yesterday is a wrinkle on your forehead. Yesterday is a promise that you've broken. Don't close your eyes, don't close your eyes. This is your life and today is all you've got now. Yeah, and today is all you'll ever have. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Rukia was breathing heavily and leaned back down with her elbows propping her up a little. She leaned her head back to the sky and closed her eyes. She stayed there feeling the wind dance across her face and through her hair. Then, a smile grew on her face. This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, is it everything you dreamed that it would be? When the world was younger and you had everything to lose. This time, she thought, still feeling the gentleness of the wind, I made it. Yesterday is a kid in the corner. Yesterday is dead and over. She looked down at her stomach, but I did get pretty injured, she said, feeling the pain again due to her adrenaline rush fading. And just as the pain came, she realized the fire that was still all throughout the town. This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, is it everything you dreamed that it would be? When the world was younger and you had everything to lose. Her moment of tranquility was ended in a matter of seconds. She sat there for another moment realizing this was not over yet. She still had to make it through the rest of this war, and who knew how long that was going to last for. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, are you who you want to be? She huffed. She didn't feel anything anymore during that battle. She knew that. She was positive about it. But as soon as he threatened to go after Ichigo, she flipped. This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, are you who you want to be? This is your life, is it everything you dreamed it would be? When the world was younger and you had everything to lose. She sighed. She closed her eyes and allowed a smile to dance across her face. No matter how hard I try, I guess I can't stop loving you. And you had everything to lose. Miss Kachiki. It's good to see you again, a voice said from her side. She opened her eyes, and fear flowed throughout her body. She remembered that voice. She turned her head slowly to the side and was met with what she hoped she wouldn't. Aizen, she said softly, then seeing Okuiora standing slightly behind him. The broad-shouldered man stood with a smile on his face. I think you should come with us, Mississippi Kachiki. He smiled even more seeing the refusal she was about to dismiss, but interfered before she could. In fact, I highly recommend you come with us, Aizen said showing off his sheathed Zanpakuto hidden beneath his coat. Chapter 16, Swear It All Over Again. Ichigo was running now. He saw the middle of a huge battlefield, which was literally an open field, in which he had distinctly remembered Karen playing soccer with her friends plenty of times on. But it didn't look like that field anymore. There were bodies lying all across the grass. Some of them were human, some of them were Shinigami. He stood at a distance, absorbing the fight before him. Just by a simple glance across the battleground, he saw countless of Shinigami and hollows being struck down. He heard the screams of the ones being hit and he heard the war cries of the ones that were hitting. This battle will decide the future of this world and the next, he thought as he kept his eyes on the gory scene in front of him. He furrowed his eyebrows and gripped Zangetsu tighter in his right hand. I can't fail, he said out loud and sprinted straight for the middle of the murderous mass. Tushuru had made it to what he believed was the heart of the war. It was only a short way away from the bench he had left Momo on. There was more fighting here than any other place in the town. He ran straight for it, not having the time to watch and decide which way to go about entering it. He needed to find help and fast. He entered it and began fighting. Hollows were everywhere. If you stopped moving, you were dead. He watched as members of his own squad fought right beside him. He also saw how most of those members died right beside him. Just seeing that gave him more of an incentive to keep going. He kept attacking and killing as he went through, but he would not stay in one spot. He needed to find someone, anyone that could heal her. That was his mission right now. He broke through one of the many crowded areas in that huge mess and was greeted with a familiar face, who was kicking a hollow in the face when he saw her. Tatsuki stood up after landing and looked straight at him. She gave a slight grin. Hey, what's up? She said attacking another hollow that charged at her. She was in a less busy area apparently, due to the slower hollow attacks. I need to find a member of the 4th squad. Momo needs healing immediately, he said getting down to business as he sliced a hollow that ran up to him in half. Tatsuki finished off the hollow and stood there breathing heavily. I haven't seen anyone around here from the 4th squad, she began causing Tushuru's chest to fall from loss of hope. But why don't you take Orihime? Tatsuki said pointing behind her with her thumb. Tushuru's eyes grew wide when he saw the said woman healing Rinji. He ran up to her and apparently she had just finished as the golden glow around them faded and she sat back and let out a deep breath. Rinji sat up and felt his leg, DMN. This thing hadn't healed from my encounter with Ichigo back in Soul Society. He looked up at the resting woman in front of him and smiled. Thanks a lot. I feel good as new, he said standing up. She smiled, not a problem. I'm happy you're alright, she said standing up and turning around. She jumped slightly. She didn't expect to see anything this close to her since Tatsuki was protecting her from hollows while she was healing. Captain Hitsugaya, she yelled slightly. Orihime, I need your help, he said looking her straight in the eyes. Her face grew suspicious. What is it? What's wrong? She asked eagerly. Momo is dash, she cut him off so he wouldn't have to say it. Take me to her, she said with complete seriousness. He just replied with a firm nod and they began to jog away, until Rinji called out to them. Orihime. You going with Tushuru? He asked. She turned and yelled, yes, receiving a nod from Rinji and the two began to run off again. Rinji turned to Tatsuki and grinned. I guess we can finally get our buttes in that mess and show them who they're messing with. Tatsuki smiled widely and nodded. They began to sprint into the mob before seeing Byakuya Shuunpa in front of them. Captain. Rinji yelled in surprise. I heard you were fighting Jin, sir. Yes. I was, he answered looking into the mob behind him. He's been dealt with. Rinji smiled slightly and gave a nod. Byakuya turned back to the two in front of him. Shall we? he asked, motioning his head toward the battle awaiting them. The two nodded in anticipation, and then the three of them bolted into the crowd. Toshiro and Orihime were almost completely out of the battlefield, when they felt a strange alteration in spiritual pressure. That Ryatsu felt familiar, Toshiro said firmly as he attacked hollows that were coming after him and Orihime. That was Dash. She began to look around frantically, and then she saw someone she didn't expect. Ichigo, she yelled, trying to get his attention. He was staring into the distance as if he was thinking intently about something. She ran the short distance away to him. Ichigo. Tell me you felt that just now, she demanded urgently as she quickly put up her shield to block a hollow, in which Ichigo was too dazed to attack. He continued to stare into the distance. Why are you just standing there? She yelled, trying to snap him out of it. This was the exact event Yamamoto told him they needed to avoid. His mind replayed that discussion they had last night. Bits and pieces that Yamamoto said, stuck out from all the rest. Your feelings for each other were growing extremely strong. It got to the point where you would dismiss an entire mission in order to go after the other, a mission that was not supposed to be put on hold. You could have continued to go straight for Aizen, but went to Kachiki. You could have saved several Shinigami's lives if you hadn't taken your mind off the mission. You have too much passion for each other. That kind of passion can end up getting us all killed. Someone as powerful as you cannot be easily distracted when the fate of the world is in your hands. Everything that has happened thus far brought him to this moment. This one moment where he had to choose between two of the most important things in the universe, victory of love. It was as if his mind was writing out a pros and cons list on whether or not to go. But the sad thing is, he had to admit that the cons were outweighing the pros. Everything in existence would be put to risk, and the possibility of failure would be much greater. Everyone that depended on him would lose all hope from a simple act of selfishness. And then there was one con that wouldn't leave his brain. She told him not to come. She didn't want him to anymore. He closed his eyes tightly as his eyebrows arched and his left fist clenched, while his right gripped Zangetsu tighter. Ichigo, she yelled with a heartbroken face. How can you just stand there? She said softer, as her voice began to give into a sob. She needs you, she said with water filling her eyes. You need her. Orihime's words pierced his heart. He gritted his teeth together as he tilted his head down to the ground. She continued to stare at him, completely mortified, until she heard him speak finally. Thank you. Orihime, he said, lifting his head slowly with vulnerable amber eyes and a slight smile. Her face grew hopeful as the seconds passed. He nodded and took off in the direction that he could feel her in. Orihime. Toshiro yelled from the side. She quickly ran back to him and nodded. Let's go. He slashed through a few hollows before exiting the mess. They began to run to the hill that would bring them to the bench that held Momo, until their path was blocked. Tosen. Toshiro said softly. Orihime, up the hill and to your right, you'll see Ranjaku in the distance, he said, getting in a fighting stance. But Dash, she began. I have some unfinished business to take care of, he said, glaring at his opponent. He then turned slightly with soft eyes and almost pleadingly, he spoke, please, save Momo. She smiled sadly, I will. She then began to run up the hill and looked back to see the two had already clashed. You'll die for what you did to Momo, Toshiro said through his teeth as Tosen parried his attack. Tosen remained silent, not having anything to say. They continued to shunpa around each other and attempting a quick attack, but both failed due to the other always blocking in time. They seemed to be quite equal in skill. They continued to try and make a hit, but neither was getting an attack on the other. All they were doing was exhausting themselves to the point where they had to stand still and take a moment to catch their breath. When this moment came, they both kept their gaze on the other. They knew what the other was about to do. And they were both correct. At the same time they yelled, Bankai. The icy wings that grew on Toshiro's back caused an amazing shiver in the summer night air as Tosen's Sanpaku was waved so that a path of blades moved in the direction towards Toshiro. This was the final fight, a fight to the death. They both knew this, although they didn't know the outcome. Tushiro zoomed past the coming blades, as he zigzagged throughout the many more blades that Tosen sent after him. He finally got close enough and went for a strike, but was surprised to see blades coming flying at his face, causing him to miss his opportunity. He made a major turn and avoided the hit. Blades continued to chase after him as he tried to turn around to go for another attack, but didn't see the stream of blades that came after him from a different direction and ran into his right arm. He let out a yelp, but wouldn't stop. He couldn't stop knowing there was still a trail behind him. He then got a determined look. He was going straight for Tosen now. This was it. This was the final run. His mind quickly flashed to Momo and her helpless state on that bench. His heart was tugged at that image and he let out a yell as he continued to charge for the ex-Shinigami. Finally he was in reach of Tosen, but he did something completely unthinkable. He went right past him. Tosen was completely floored, but it didn't last long as Tushiro moved so that he was behind Tosen now. The blades continued to follow Tushiro and not knowing that Tosen was in the way, went directly in the direction Tushiro was in. The blades went straight into Tosen's abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain, until he fell to his knees. Tushiro walked in front of the dying man, seeing blood pour out of him. He held his Zanpakuto, ready to deliver the final blow. "It's over, Tosen." The Shinigami lifted his head up to Tushiro and simply spoke, "It's not over until Aizen's dead." Tushiro sighed, "You're right, but this had nothing to do with him." Tosen stayed silent, but Tushiro could tell he was confused. "This was personal," he said and sliced Tosen in half, leaving the severed body on the ground as he turned around to make his way up the hill. "How is she doing, Orihime?" Ranjiko asked, watching the healing process occur. "She was practically gone by the time I got here, but her vitals are stabilizing. She looks like she's going to make it," Orihime said, wiping away the sweat on her brow. She had been healing her for some time now. It had been at least an hour or so since she had arrived there and commenced. Suddenly, Orihime noticed the fluttering of the young woman's eyes before her. She had just finished, and all that was left to do was rest. "Momo. You're all right." Ranjiko shouted happily, receiving a formation of a smile on Momo's face. Meanwhile, Tushiro stood about 10 feet away, observing the scene. His heart rate increased by the few words he heard. "She's all right," he thought. Momo smiled at the two women in front of her, but her eyes then drifted off into the distance after catching a glimpse of the man behind them. "Shiro," she said softly. The two women backed up, looking at the man who arrived secretly. He walked closer and then finally knelt down next to her. He slowly grabbed her hand and held it in his. He then looked up into her eyes and smiled slightly. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey," she said back, gripping his hand tighter with a meaningful look in her eyes. They knew it wasn't over yet, but they also knew there was nothing else they could do. The final decision of who won this war wasn't up to them. It was up to one. And that one person wasn't focused on that victory at the moment. He's been running for God knows how long, but it finally got to the point where she felt close. He stopped and took in his surroundings. He couldn't believe it. He was standing by the river, that very river that his mother died next to 13 years ago. And standing along the riverbank was the one he had been searching for with all his heart. He walked up behind her slowly. "Rukia," he said softly from behind, his heart racing from running, but also from the sight of her. She looked absolutely fine. He didn't make out any injuries. She just stood there, as if there was no war going on at all. After hearing him call her name, she turned her head to look at him over her shoulder with that same look. That same look she always seemed to give him every time something life-changing was occurring. Sometimes he loved that look, for it was used when he first set eyes on her, and when she returned to him from a long absence. But sometimes, he hated it. It would have been used at moments that she was leaving him and it was her way of looking at him one last time before she was gone. His gut told him something wasn't right, but his heart told him to keep going. He began to walk closer to her, as she slowly turned fully around so she was facing him completely. He kept approaching her. "Rukia, I thought something was wrong. I came here he began with confusion until something he didn't expect happened. He was within arm's length now and Rukia acted quickly, catching him completely off guard. "Rukia, what are you doing?" he asked with fear in his voice. She had her Zanpakuto's sharp edge slightly grazing the skin of his neck. Her eyes were cold and her face was stern. "Fight me, Ichigo," she demanded. He squinted his eyes and looked at her with disbelief. "What?" "I said, fight me," she repeated. He glared at her. "I'm not fighting you, Rukia," he said like it was an obvious statement. She quickly moved her blade and sliced a gash into his right upper arm, but it wasn't too deep, just enough to give him the idea that she wasn't kidding. He jumped back and looked at his arm as he saw blood trickle out of his new cut. He then looked back up at her with shock evident on his face. "What are you doing?" he shouted at her in disbelief. She didn't reply, but instead, charged at him. His eyes grew wide, but he quickly took out his Zangetsu to defend himself. Their blades made contact and she continued to ruthlessly attack, as he blocked. She kept pushing him backwards as he tried to figure out what was happening. "Rukia! What the hell is going on?" he yelled, continuing to block her surprisingly strong swings. She kept silent. "Answer me, god damn it," he yelled again getting furious, but received no reply again. She apparently thought to shake it up and jump to his side to attack, but she knew he would be able to block it. He tried to figure out how to handle this, but nothing was coming to mind, so he continued to defend himself. "Attack me," she yelled finally, still swinging with great force. "No. I told you, I'm not fighting you," he replied parrying him. "Attack. Damn it, Ichigo," she yelled, with her voice starting to break. She slammed her eyes shut and forced herself to attack harder. "Rukia, stop," he yelled with pleading eyes. Their Zanpakuto clashed once again, but this time, she didn't remove it from his. She looked into his eyes and he could tell she was holding back tears that she desperately wanted to let go. "Please, Ichigo," she begged. His expression softened from her begging. "Why? Why is she doing this?" he thought staring back into her eyes. His face then hardened. "I can't fight you, Rukia. I won't. Please, stop." Her voice was so weak now, "I can't." She paused and looked down to the ground and he saw her body trembling. She looked back up. "Kill me," she begged. He shook his head back and forth as his mouth remained slightly open. "No." She then jumped backwards a few times, trying to get a hold of her emotions. She was about 30 feet away now. She took a deep breath. "Then I'll make you kill me," she said before running straight for him. She held her Zanpakuto straight in front of her, making it look like she was planning to stab him straight in the stomach. He watched her get closer and closer with his blade held loosely in front of him, until she was about 10 feet away. He let his Zangetsu drop to the ground in front of him and stood there staring at her with a look that said no matter what, he wasn't going to fight. A look that said there was no way he would ever raise his blade against her. And he would give up his own life before having to take hers. She stopped running. "What are you doing?" she yelled looking at his Zanpakuto on the ground. He slowly walked closer to her, with pained amber eyes staring into pleading violet. "I can't put a scratch on you, Rukia. You should know that," he said, stopping in front of her so that his chest went straight up against the tip of her Sodi no Shirayuki. "Why?" she said in a desperate voice that allowed tears to fall down her face. He tilted his head slightly to the side as he held his soft facial expression. "You should know that," he said again. She began to sob and let her Zanpakuto drop to the ground as Ichigo quickly moved in and wrapped his arms around her shaking body. Her face was hidden in his chest as she continued to cry. He didn't know what was going on, but he held her. He held her tightly, not wanting what had just happened to occur again. He bent his head down slightly, and breathed in the smell of her raven hair, as he kissed the top of her head. Her voice went firm again as she pushed away from him with her palms against his chest. You need to kill me, Ichigo. He moved his hands and gripped her upper biceps to hold her in place. His voice sounded more irritated. Why, Rukia? Tell me. Why? Because if you don't kill me, they'll kill you, she yelled back, gripping his clothes tightly around his chest. What? He asked, irritated. They can't kill me, Rukia, he said confidently. She was irritated now. No, that's not it. They might not be able to kill you, but they can kill me, Ichigo. I won't let them, he said, holding her arms tighter. Her face fell. That's how they'll kill you, Ichigo. Because you won't let me die, she said softly with disappointment. He looked at her with eyes that told her he wasn't completely understanding. She sighed. If you don't kill me, Ichigo, Aizen will try to, and he'll use me, knowing you will sacrifice yourself and take my place. If I die, the amount of spiritual energy I have will not be enough for Aizen to begin to retrieve the souls of this town. It won't risk the future of all life. Your energy level would be more than enough. Aizen sent you here to kill me, he asked, still bewildered about everything. Yeah, but little did he know, I came here to lose. She said, looking off in the distance to the side. He looked at her and was processing what she was asking him to do. This can't be happening, his mind kept saying as he continued to watch the love of his life beg him to let her sacrifice herself for him and the whole universe. I'm one person, Ichigo. One. You can't do anything to stop this. When I die, he'll still need more energy and he'll come after you. That's when you'll be able to fight him. And you will win. I know you will, she said softly, drifting off and looking down towards the ground. He let go of her arms and moved his hand to pull up her chin and make her look at him. Water was in his eyes. He couldn't do it. Looking into her eyes was looking into his whole world. If he was the one that caused those beautiful violet eyes to close forever, he would be killing his whole world, his whole life. He just couldn't. Ichigo, she said softly as one lone tear trailed down her cheek. He continued to look into her eyes as he felt his entire chest cave in. He moved his hand from her chin to her cheek. He wiped away the watery path made from the single tear with his thumb. Rukia, he began, but was interrupted. Well, it looks like you failed me, Rukia, a voice said from about 30 feet away. They turned to see Aizen standing tall with his hands folded in front of him, and a smug look on his face. Ichigo let go of Rukia and stood in front of her, so he was between Aizen and Rukia now. It's time I deal with you, once and for all, Aizen, he said, bending down slightly to the ground and gripping his Zangetsu without taking his eyes off of him. Not so fast, Kurosaki. There is still some I'd like to talk about, he said, smirking and giving a slight nod to someone in the distance. Then, Ichigo heard Rukia start to yell behind him. He turned around only to see Authhor holding her from behind with a peculiar Zanpakuto against her neck. Let her go, he yelled, raising his Zanpakuto to Authhor. Aizen quickly shunpoed so that he was now in between Ichigo and Rukia, being held by Authhor. It's not that simple, Kurosaki. You see, as I'm sure Rukia has told you, a certain amount of spiritual energy is essential in order to completely destroy this town and get the necessary souls to release the Hugyoku. That is the point of this unique Zanpakuto that I have created, he said, pointing behind him with his thumb to the blade held to Rukia's neck. Once this particular Zanpakuto kills, it absorbs the spiritual energy of its opponent. And once it has the amount of energy I require to destroy this town, I can release it, allowing me to absorb all the souls within its dimensions. Ichigo continued to glare at him, while listening intently to every word that came out of his mouth. He gripped his Zanpakuto and was ready to flat out attack the man in front of him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Not if you cherish Miss Kuchiki's life, Aizen said, reading Ichigo's intentions. Aizen smirked at Ichigo's withdrawal. Now, here's the part where you get to decide, Kurosaki. I can kill Mississippi Kuchiki and absorb her energy to destroy this town, which will probably result in us fighting to the death. That's choice 1. Here's choice 2, if I kill you, your spiritual energy would be more than enough to destroy this town. But your energy is so strong, that it in itself can release the Hugyoku. I won't even have to destroy this town. Not to mention, you'd be saving Miss Kuchiki's life, which I know you care deeply about. He ended, making it sound like this was an everyday conversation. He's a lying bstrd, Ichigo. He'll destroy this town anyway once he absorbs your energy. Rukia yelled out as Ulquiorra tried to gain control of her refusing body. That may be true, but it also may not be. I don't particularly like wasting my time with things that are not necessary, but it's up to you. The choice is yours, Aizen responded. Ichigo's mind was on overtime. He had a choice to make, and this would determine everything. The wrong choice would eventually lead to the destruction of everything in existence. He thought about everything Rukia had asked him and told him. She was the bravest woman he'd ever met, sacrificing herself for everyone else. Incredible. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't just allow her to die. I'll do it, Ichigo said softly. No, you won't. Rukia yelled stressfully in Ulquiorra's arms. Ulquiorra. Let her go, Aizen said simply without taking his eyes off of Ichigo. He let go of her and began to walk to Aizen, but Rukia ran up to try and jump on Ulquiorra from behind. Before she could lift her feet off the ground, Ulquiorra spun around and elbowed her in the head. He hit her in her temple, causing her to fall to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Rukia! Ichigo yelled and was about to run to her, but was stopped by Aizen. She'll be fine. Let's just deal with you, shall we? He asked with a grin. Ichigo nodded sadly and followed him more into the open area, his eyes not leaving Rukia's body on the ground. On your knees, Kurosaki, Aizen instructed, taking the blade from Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, back away. I don't want anything interfering with the absorption of his energy. He obeyed and moved so that he was about 50 yards away, like Rukia, but he wasn't near her. He did just as he was told and kept his head looking down towards the ground, hiding his face from the world. Rukia began to move, with a and sat up slowly as her eyes tried to focus. She looked to where she last saw Ichigo, only to find no one there. She then frantically looked around and settled her eyes on what was about to occur. No, she said softly, looking at Ichigo bowing down before Aizen. No, she yelled louder, beginning to get up and run. Aizen was now holding his new Zanpakuto so that he was going to stab Ichigo's in his heart. This is it, Kurosaki. Ichigo's head then shot up right before Aizen lunged the blade into him. His eyes were black and yellow, replaced where amber used to be. Aizen suddenly felt fear and quickly lunged his Zanpakuto into Ichigo's heart. He didn't pull it out as his eyes locked with the eyes of the growing hollow. Ichigo was starting to exist less and less as his hollow form started to completely take over. His hands turned into claws and his body began to get covered in the bone armor of hollows. Aizen quickly moved the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's heart to the left, trying to tear apart his insides and kill Ichigo before his hollow form kills him. Just as he did that, Ichigo slammed his claw-like hand into Aizen's chest, going straight through his entire body. They both stood there as their last breath was being taken. Aizen let his hand fall from the Zanpakuto still in Ichigo's chest and fell slowly to the ground, no longer moving, no longer breathing. Rukia watched in horror. Ichigo looked like he had become a complete hollow, but the part that scared her the most was the fact that the Zanpakuto in his chest began to glow, along with Ichigo's body. That Zanpakuto can't absorb their opponent's spiritual energy unless they are dead. Her mind stopped her thoughts. She immediately ran to him, despite the fact that Ichigo might not still be there inside that beast. She ran as fast as she could, but when she got about 15 feet away from him, a huge amount of spiritual energy that looked to be in the color of red and black, exploded around him, but disappeared as fast as it had came. Her heart sank from the sight of it, but was soon lifted up into its rightful place after seeing what laid on the ground after the cloud of spiritual energy faded. "Ichigo," she said softly, seeing that he was back in his normal form, with his clothes torn all over from the transformation into the hollow. She ran up to him, seeing his slow breathing on the floor. "Ichigo," she said again, falling to her knees on his left side. His eyes were shut as his chest slowly moved up and down. She leaned over him, placing her hand over his torn heart. Her tears were falling off her face and down onto Ichigo's face, causing him to flutter his eyelids open. "I wanna know. Whoever told you I was letting go of the only joy that I have ever known? Girl, they were lying." "Hey," he said softly, which seemed to take a lot of effort to do. He felt her hand touch his wound and he hissed. "Just look around. And all of the people that we used to know have just given up, they wanna let it go. But we're still trying. Why did you do that? I told you not to," her voice was yelling. "Why couldn't you just let me go? Look at you. You're all torn up," she said, her voice losing to her sobs the more she spoke. She bowed her head down and shook. "So you should know this love we share was never made to die. I'm glad we're on this one-way street, just you and I. Just you and I." Ichigo saw the Zanapta sitting next to him and then saw it glowing red with swirls of black. He sighed. "Because I knew that I could let my inner hollow completely take over." "See what happened," he began, but was interfered by coughing up blood. She looked at the Zanaptu. "It absorbed your hollow instead of you," she said softly with teary eyes. He gave a small nod, "And I knew there was no way in hell Aizen would live going up against that animal," he said, hissing again from the pain. She looked at his weakened form. "Ichigo, I'm going to get help. I don't have enough energy to begin healing this kind of injury," she said, beginning to stand up. "I'm never gonna say goodbye. 'Cause I never wanna see you cry. I swore to you my love would remain. And I swear it all over again, and I'm never gonna treat you bad. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad. I swore to share your joy and your pain. And I swear it all over again. All over again." He grabbed her wrist with his left hand before she could stand, causing her to kneel back down, looking at him confused. "Forget about that now," he said, looking into her worried eyes. Everything about him was calm. She couldn't believe the serenity in his eyes. "Some people say that everything has got its place in time. Even the day must give way to the night. But I'm not buying. 'Cause in your eyes, I see a love that burns eternally. And if you see how beautiful you are to me, you'll know I'm not lying. Ichigo. This can't wait. I have to get you help now," she said, trying to stand again, but his hand stayed on her wrist. "Sure, there'll be times we wanna say goodbye. But even if we try, there are some things in this life won't be denied. Won't be denied." She looked down at him, begging him to let her go find help. His right hand then reached over his body and was placed on her cheek as a tear flew down it. His voice remained soft. "Right now, just stay with me. Even if it's for only a moment," he began. Her jaw began to shake as she realized these were his words when he told her that they would find a way to be together. Ironic, considering now he was using them to keep her next to him as he dies. "I'm never gonna say goodbye. 'Cause I never wanna see you cry. I swore to you my love would remain. And I swear it all over again, and I'm never gonna treat you bad. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad. I swore to share your joy and your pain. And I swear it all over again. 'Cause to me, a moment with you will last for a lifetime," he finished as she held his hand against her cheek tightly. She felt her heart begin to break. She leaned down and captured his lips, not wanting to ever part. "The more I know of you is the more I know I love you. And the more that I'm sure I want you forever and evermore. And the more that you love me, the more that I know. Oh, that I'm never gonna let you go. Gotta let you know that Rukia leaned back and looked into his soft amber eyes that couldn't take their gaze off her beautifully sad violets. He smiled softly, until his eyes fluttered shut and his head rolled to the side. I'm never gonna say goodbye. 'Cause I never wanna see you cry. I swore to you my love would remain. And I swear it all over again and I'm never gonna treat you bad. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad. I swore to share your joy and your pain. And I swear it all over again. Ichigo, she said softly as her eyes grew wide. Ichigo, she said again questionably. Ichigo, she finally yelled, shaking his body. She buried her face in his chest as she began to cry harder than she ever thought she could. All over again. All over again. And I swear it all over again. She raised her head and then rested her forehead on his cheek. Don't leave me, she begged as the rain began to fall. Her tears felt like they would never let up. Everyone seemed to be safe now. There was no Aizen to bring about destruction, though there were still followers, like Ulquiorra, but he disappeared seconds after Aizen's death. So everyone was safe. Everyone was given their life back, but Rukia's felt like it had just been taken away. Karakura town was now practically a desolate wasteland, not unlike Rukia's heart. She loved him so much that the thought of going on without him torn her up inside. There is one thing that she had to admit though. The fact that Ichigo would sacrifice himself to save her and everything in existence was one of the reasons why she loved him with every fiber in her body. So there she sat, holding the remains of her true love as the rain coincided with the pain tears that would forever stain her shattered heart. Epilogue, leaving town. Black. A color that can represent many things. It can show elegance and grace, or perhaps luxury and good taste. It even could be a sign of rebellion, but mostly, this color represents more negative impressions or emotions. There's its plainness and cold feeling, which could be taken to having a lack of emotion. Also, there's its dark hue that brings up the feelings of fear. But a main representation of this color is death. Death brings about many things, but mostly tragedy and loss. This color is seen everywhere near death, for it's even the last color you see when you slip into that darkness that will never bring you back again. This very color was what she was wearing. Rukia, we're here, Renji's voice broke through her thoughts as she was stared out of the car window, where raindrops continued to glide down. She didn't reply to him. In fact, she barely talked since. What was there for her to say? Renji got out of the car and walked over to her side and opened the door. He held the umbrella out so that she could share it with him as they walked. Her black dress swayed slightly in the breeze. She looked down as they walked past the many stones that represented the lives that lay below them. They finally stopped walking, reaching their destination. Hello Rukia. How's it going? A kind voice said, making her look up from the ground. She saw who had said it and was slightly surprised. Ishin seemed to be doing absolutely fine. He smiled kindly at her as if this didn't affect him one bit, but she knew better. He was a strong man, no matter how he may have acted at times. All she could do was give off the slightest smile, a smile that if you blinked while she was forming it, you would have missed it. This was surprising to those that did witness it due to Rukia's lack of emotion lately. The ceremony began and Ishin spoke. He cleared his throat. Ichigo wasn't always the happiest guy around. Actually, I'm pretty sure he was known for always having that DMN scowl on his face, he said laughing slightly and rubbing the back of his neck. But when people really got to know him, they saw what he really was. He would do anything for those he cared about. He really was a passionate guy. If he said he was gonna do something, he would give everything he had to make sure he did it. He never gave up. He was a great man and Ishin coughed lightly to clear his throat and refrain from tearing up. He was my son, he said plainly. And I couldn't ask for a better one, he said turning to look at the coffin. He placed his hand on the top. I'm proud of you, son. I love ya, he said, dropping a rose on the coffin and closing his eyes as he turned around to join his two crying daughters. Everyone watched as Ishida slowly began to walk to the center, releasing his hand from Oriheim's now ring-bearing hand. He pushed up his glasses and held a piece of paper in front of him. A little while ago, Ichigo talked to me about what we would do if something happened to one of us. He said to me, Ishida, I want you to promise me something if something happens to me. I looked at him like he was crazy and said, Kurosaki, nothing will ever happen to you. Your ego's too big. There was a slight raise in everyone's spirit, due to people understanding that it was true, the guy did have a big ego. Ishida continued. Well, he gave me a glare and blew it off surprisingly. That's when I knew he was serious. He said, I want you to tell everyone what I've lived by all these years. Even throughout my years as a Shinigami. I remembered his exact words. Heaven's not a place that you go when you die. It's that moment in life when you actually feel alive. So live for the moment. And take this advice, live by every word. Love's completely real, so forget anything that you've heard. And live for the moment now. I never thought of him to be such a profound man, but there he sat, leaving me impressed like he always seemed to do. And for the rest of my life, I will live by every word. Ishida turned and placed a rose on the coffin and walked back to Oriheim's side. They then began to play a CD that he and the band had recorded. As the music played, everyone began to walk forward to place their flower on Ichigo's coffin. Everyone was there. Every Shinigami that came in contact with him was there, along with every one of his childhood friends. They were all there in that very cemetery, where he was being buried next to his mother. It was ironic. She had saved him 13 years ago next to that very river, and there he died years later, saving the woman he loved and everyone else in existence. Rukia walked away from underneath Renji's umbrella without hesitating. The rain crashed steadily on her, yet she didn't even flinch when it hit her. She walked up to the coffin and stopped. No one pushed or hurried her. She just stood there, gripping the stem of the rose in her hand. Here she was, saying goodbye. The next song began to play on the CD. Oh, your reputation's so golden. You're never lonely and you're never home. I know you've been talking about leaving. You've lost all your feelings for this town. Paint your nails and put your lipstick. You don't want to miss your ticket out. Just because you graduate from school. So high in the gene pool, that's your point of view. She closed her eyes tightly, wanting to stop feeling these needless emotions she desired to get rid of many years ago. She opened her eyes and allowed one tear to fall. Just one. And it landed down on his coffin. But when you're broken down and no one else is around, you'll come running back to this town and I'll be there, yeah, I'll be there. She laid the rose down softly. She then brought her fingertips to her lips and kissed them, then proceeding to place her kissed fingers on the coffin. 'Cause I remember how we drank time together. And how you used to say that the stars are forever. And daydreamed about how to make your life better by leaving town, leaving town. She then spoke for the first time since she last held him in her arms. I'll always love you, Ichigo Kurosaki. Pack your bags, your smoke's in your pocket. You're wearing my locket around your neck. Take a drag and wait for the Greyhound. The world is your playground and you want to win. She then turned and began to walk away. Everyone watched her intently, knowing how heartbroken she truly was. But when you're broken down and no one else is around, you'll come running back to this town and I'll be there, yeah, I'll be there. They then noticed that she didn't stop walking away. She kept going, with no intention to stop. 'Cause I remember how we drank time and how you used to say that the stars are forever. And daydreamed about how to make your life better by leaving town, leaving town. Renji then began to move. Rukia, he yelled, but then felt someone's hand on his shoulder. He looked back to see Byakuya behind him, staring in the distance at Rukia's retreating form. Let her go, Renji, he said softly. Nothing in life will ever come that easy. Doesn't mean it has to be that hard. I know you will find out who you are. But when you're broken down and no one else is around, you'll come running back to this town and I'll be there, yeah, I'll be there. She heard her name called, but she didn't stop. She knew that there was nothing left for her here. Yes, she still had friends, but she couldn't possibly move on seeing their faces every day without seeing the one she wanted the most. So, she decided to leave. Leave everything. Even her memories. She was ready to as she held her purse tightly, which held a memory modifier inside. She continued to walk as the rain poured down onto her. She was leaving town. She was leaving everything behind. Yeah, I remember how we drank time together and how you used to say that the stars are forever. And daydreamed about how to make your life better by leaving town, leaving town. You're leaving town. -5 years later. Soul Society. Byakuya, you're looking rather stressed today. What's wrong? Unohana said caringly as she placed a hand on his shoulder. That's because my vice captain decides to avoid his paperwork, he said sitting at his desk and rubbing his temples. Renji. I saw him earlier doing it, she said truthfully. No, not him. My other vice captain, Byakuya growled slightly. The doors suddenly shot open as a man came walking in. Ah, sorry sir. You wanted to see me, he said rubbing the back of his neck uncomfortably. Yes. I did. Other than the fact that you have yet again, not finished your paperwork, Byakuya said coldly, receiving a forgetful smile from his vice captain. I have a mission for you. The man immediately grew excited. A mission, huh? I haven't had a good one in a while, Cap. Please tell me it's not some bullshit where I have to deliver a message to another squad because if you need an errand boy, I'll go get Renji. The captain huffed. No, this is much bigger. I wasn't sure if I should give it to you, considering you've never been to the living world before. The man placed both of his palms against the desk and leaned over slightly. We both know I'm more than capable of going to the living world. I'm stronger than most of the Shinigami here. There's nothing to worry about. Byakuya raised an eyebrow and nodded. Fine. Get ready then. You leave for the living world immediately, he said handing the man an envelope. Everything about the mission should be explained in there. His vice captain nodded and began to walk out of the room. Byakuya then spoke one last time, causing the man to turn around slightly to look back at his captain. Don't make me regret this by getting yourself killed, Kurosaki. The orange-headed man smirked, see. I knew you cared about me, Cap. I can see straight through that cold, unemotional act of yours. Haven't I told you to stop calling me that? Byakuya said irritated. Haven't you figured out that's why I call you that? He replied with a smirk. Byakuya rolled his eyes as his vice captain strolled out of his office. Living world. Ah, Rukia, a young woman called out unconfidently. It's too busy today. I can't keep up with everyone's orders. The raven-haired woman looked up at her troubled employee and smirked. Don't worry, Sheena. I'm coming, she yelled, coming down from a stairs in the back. She tied on a waist apron and ran up behind a man who was trying to carry a tray through the crowded cafe. He was pushed and began to fall, closing his eyes and awaiting the floor to come, but it didn't. You okay there, Kin? Rukia asked, steadying the tray with one hand and holding onto his arm with her other hand. The young man let out a breath of relief. Thanks. Don't mention it, she chuckled, giving him a pat on the back. She could barely see through the cafe due to its crowd. She then went to a table that people were sitting at with food. Excuse me, she said quickly before waiting for a reply. She quickly jumped up on the table. Excuse me, she yelled, trying to grab everyone's attention, but was ignored. She tried again but failed. She then brought her fingers to her mouth and whistled quite loudly, getting everyone to look at her. There. That's better. Okay. To avoid my employees getting into some sort of injury or complaints from customers, let's get this straight. If you're here for the cafe, please wait at the front if there are no available tables, and if you plan on taking something out, make a line along the side wall. If you're here for the flower shop, make a line along the other side wall. I'll be dealing with the flowers if anyone needs me, she said demandingly. She watched as everyone scurried to the places she designated them to be. She smiled with approval and jumped off the table. She looked at the people sitting at the table and smiled, sorry about that. Here, she said, turning to a waiter. Kin, when you get a chance, can you give these folks some free coffee? She walked to the back of the building where a long line was waiting for her to get to work. She took a deep breath as she reached the counter. Mommy, a little raven-haired girl yelled from the stairs in the back. She began to run down the stairs. Rukia bent down as the 5-year-old girl ran toward her and jumped into her arms. Hey, honey. Did you finish your bowl of chappy flakes? She asked suspiciously. The little girl nodded eagerly. She looked at the long line awaiting her mother. Can I help? You want to help? Okay, here, she said, picking her up in her arms and placing her on the counter. Rukia then set her attention on her awaiting customer. Okay ma'am, what can I get you today? The customer was too distracted by the little girl who had just taken a sip of her mother's cup of hot chocolate, which was evident from her now having a chocolate mustache. Is this your daughter? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Rukia smiled, looking over at the little rascal. Yep. She's all mine. She's adorable, the woman said. The little girl smiled widely and held her hand out to the woman. Nozomi Kuchiki. The smiling woman took her small hand and shook it slightly. Nice to meet you. Nozomi then looked back at her mother, who was wearing a smirk with a raised eyebrow. The little girl then turned her head back to the woman and quoted her mother earlier. Okay ma'am, what can I get you today? To be continued.